Let's get the cliches out of the way. Capitalism is the water we swim in. It defines, in some way at least, almost every part of our lives, and swimming in it has become so second nature, so ubiquitous, so all-pervasive, that we forget that capitalism has a history. It has a beginning, it's changed over time, it's man-made, and so, like good scientists or engineers, we should seek to take it apart, to analyse and interpret and understand it, to think through its rules and norms and ideas and its institutions, to try and find out where it came from, how it works, and how and why it conquered the world. This is, in many ways, the biggest and strangest story I've told. There are so many moments, so many places to go, so many people to meet, but what fascinates me about it is that it is a good story. In fact, one of the historians we'll draw on a lot, Joyce Appleby, starts her history of capitalism like this. Like a good detective story, the history of capitalism starts with a puzzle. The puzzle is one that historians have pored over for decades, if not centuries, in one form or another, and it's a puzzle that changes over time. It's the question of how, where, from who, and why this thing we call capitalism developed. Because unlike, say, communism or fascism, or even something like physics or chemistry, you can't neatly point to a tradition of thinkers like, say, Marx and Mussolini or Newton or Einstein that kind of drew out and delineated the framework of how we think about an ideology. Instead, capitalism kind of bubbled up, surrounded by other junk, from a number of different components, but from a bit of a murky depth. And by historical standards, this is another part of the mystery. It did so very quickly.
So let's see if we can develop a better understanding of capitalism. But first, who will define for us?
So to break the case of this detective story, we'll be travelling across the world, from Spain to Italy to the Dutch Republic, from England to America, across different time periods. We'll meet a diverse set of characters and we'll see how the story traverses many different locations and ideas and people. From the feudal estates of Europe to the Industrial Revolution of Britain, then Germany, then America, down to the southern slavery plantations and back up to the Chicago meat district, and then to Wall Street and financial crashes, and even to the apocalyptic trenches of the First World War. Capitalism famously booms and busts, it goes through phases and ages, it's changed and morphed throughout its history, but one thing is undeniable, that love it or loathe it, the speed and veracity with which it changed the entire world was astonishing. Here's just one first quick figure that I find personally incredible. In 1760, that's before the Industrial Revolution really took off, Britain was processing around £2.5 million of raw cotton to make clothes and so on. After just a generation or two though, by 1840, that figure, that amount of cotton, had grown to a staggering £366 million. Just think about the scope of that change. Not doubled, not tripled, not 4% growth rates or steady improvement. That is an explosion by a factor of 160. And that's just one example of similar figures in almost every sphere of life that we'll look at. But I want to try at least and avoid these abstract numbers as much as we reasonably can and think about lives, realities, flesh, emotions, possibilities, and what we've inherited from this history. I want to think about What, having 160 times more available clothes and building materials, tools and transport, food is like for ordinary people, what that means, why it matters, and what happens when a peasant, say, is a little bit warmer, a little bit more satiated, watered, a little bit healthier, a little bit freer. What happens when you can suddenly travel on a train for the first time across the country, or buy a car for the first time, to not worry about surviving the winter for the very first time, but also what happens to the rest of the world when one part gets immeasurably richer and more powerful too? What happens when warships, tanks and guns can be rolled out like clockwork on an industrial scale? It's a story of what some historians have called the conquering bourgeoisie. The historian Eric Hobsbawm called it a world revolution. And another historian that we'll get to, and I'll draw on quite a lot, David Landis, called it Prometheus Unbound. This image of Prometheus as a kind of god who stole something, someone with a Janus face, the image of fire and steel and oil and power and energy conquering the world, a kind of Frankenstein that we've created and sometimes does things that we don't expect it to. These metaphors, the idea of going forth, going west, going into the unknown, drawing on some great new power, conquering the world. It's an image we'll return to a lot because I think it's a very useful one. And importantly, we have to keep in mind how historically new all of this is. The Industrial Revolution, for example, as a term, wasn't used until the late 19th century. Capitalism as a term wasn't really widespread until the 20th century. And the subject matter we'll look at, it changes as it goes. It changes as it evolves and grows and comes to terms with its contradictions and its own growth, from small factories and handicrafts to slavery and cotton mills, from very simple steam engines to huge train tracks to cars and warships, how small businesses change to massive corporations, multinationals, using global supply chains, conquering. And some of the things we think of as integral to capitalism, consumer culture, mass advertising, mass persuasion, catalogue, then online shopping, shopping malls, all of them become part of the picture much later on. We have to then get to terms with why and how capitalism moves and changes into different forms. So analysing capitalism, telling this story, is like deconstructing a fast car while you're speeding along in it. And that's what we'll have to do too. We'll begin by carefully unscrewing a few nuts and bolts. We'll find out where the rubber's from. We'll peel back the paintwork. We'll take out the oil. We'll look at the shopping on the back seat. And we'll race this thing to Ford's factory floor. And then maybe I'd better drive this metaphor somewhere off the cliff before the engine falls out. But enough of that. Let's get started. Capitalism is the water we swim in. It feels so natural to us. As we'll see, it's actually very historically unusual. It just takes getting out of the water to see that. In fact, I think in a strange way, feudalism would feel more natural. I want to try and really get us to feel how normal it would have been to be an ordinary, average feudal person in the Middle Ages. I want to really try and situate us, to take us back to that feudal world, to try and imagine the mental landscape of a feudal peasant, say. Only then, I think, can we understand the change in mentalities and outlooks that took place? It's really difficult to imagine being an average person in the Middle Ages because it was mainly the big things that were written about. Wars, kings, and religious issues and so on. But the mundane, work, play, crops, business, the village and village life, the very things we're interested in retrospect when thinking about how capitalism developed, were thought of as unimportant, unnotable. First, and most obviously, the vast majority of the world was rural. The global population in 1600 was around 500 million, but about 94% of people lived agricultural lives, and 80% of these were peasants of some form. Now, this figure, 80 to 94%, comes up again and again. It's probably the most important figure we'll think about, and don't worry, there won't be many statistics or figures, but think about that. It took 80% of the population to produce enough food for the entire population. And try and guess, by the way, what number that is today. So most of these people were serfs, peasants, slaves, or in castes with certain roles or positions that they were born into, certain obligations, certain expectations, certain things they could and couldn't do. It was a very closed down system. Most practiced a type of polyculture. It's multiple plants and animals, spent all their time on small patches, growing vegetables of different sorts and tending to different livestock, fixing their clothes and fences and houses. Market day might have been once a week, but would have been a long walk to the town, so many wouldn't even do that. You'd only go if you really had to. So you'd mostly be directly producing the means of your subsistence, while likely having to give some of it to your lord. In his book, Liberty or Death, historian Peter McPhee makes the point that the countryside would actually seem very crowded to us today. Appleby writes, whether in ancient Egypt or Greece, Babylonia or Mongolia, it took the labour of upwards of 80% of the people to produce enough food to feed the whole population. And because farmers often didn't even succeed in doing that, there were famines. What's striking is how little change there was for the vast majority of human history. Even a skilled labourer in 16th century England, say, would be doing very similar work for very similar pay, living very similar lives to their ancestors under the Romans 1500 years before. That's a very cyclical, static, unchanging set of routines, ideas, practices, ways of living lives. Of course, I'm generalising. The ways peasants lived, their obligations, the politics, their status, differed enormously. Peasant being a kind of catch-all term that's useful to use generally for the state of what we're focusing on mainly, Europe in this context. A serf, for example, was obliged to provide food for their lord. Many serfs in places like Russia were essentially slaves who could be bought and sold. Lords across Europe controlled huge estates. One in Poland, for example, was half the size of Ireland, and one in Hungary was 7 million acres. And Catherine the Great once gave away 40,000 serfs, which just speaks to how many she had under her control. Europe was a patchwork of principalities, dukedoms, empires, free cities, kingdoms, all with different setups of different kinds. The historian William Doyle writes that over much of Europe, quote, the reality of the Ancien regime was an intense confusion of powers and perpetual overlaps of unequal jurisdiction in which the king, so far from imposing an unchallengeable authority, was constantly bargaining with his subjects at a number of different levels. In other words, it was complicated. So I want to focus for a minute on absolutist France, because it's the typical example of an absolute feudal monarchy. It was defined by what were called privileges, a patchwork of them. Different towns, provinces, people, estates, seigneurs, the church, they all had different types of privileges. Some were taxed less, some not at all. Some had different laws, some different courts. Tithes, for example, basically a tax of around 8 to 10% at harvest time each year, were paid to the church by peasants. Dues were paid to seigneurs at different time of the year. Peasants owed their lords between 15 and 40% of their produce. There were many languages, many units of measurement, and many cultures. Here's a general example that McPhee highlights. Gabion in southern France. It had a population of just 800. Its seigneur was the Bishop of Béziers, who was hardly there, but there was a list of the obligations that the villagers owed to him each year. 85 litres of barley, 28 of wheat, 880 bottles of olive oil, 18 chickens, 4 pounds of beeswax, 4 partridges and 1 rabbit, then pepper, nutmeg and cloves. Lords would also usually own or control the mill in the village or the village oven at the centre of the village that might be shared by everyone. And generally the peasants also owed the lord some period of labour at harvest time. All of this was ostensibly in return for being allowed to use the lord's land and his protection. On top of this, because of their exalted position, French seigneurs didn't have to pay any taxes, another privilege. These privileges were a maze of rights, dues, offices, tolls, etc. that were shared between state and church, between different levels of the nobility and the clergy. To give some indication of the extent of the church's power, it owned a quarter of all property in Paris. And this was all a big ladder, a political ladder, which you needed to climb. Louis XVI, for example, sold 70,000 venal offices. That's offices to raise royal revenue. There were 4,200 nobles in France. This was just before the Revolution, by the way, at the end of the 18th century. And 1 in 10 women in the country were prostitutes. So that's just a snapshot of Europe. As we'll get to, England differed somewhat. But Germany, Spain, Portugal, Eastern Europe, and much of the rest of the world, including India and China and the Ottoman world, all looked very similar. From our perspective, being a serf doesn't sound like much fun. Think again about the 80% of the population working in farming number. That roughly means that 80% of humanity's attention was spent working the fields, feeding animals, fixing homesteads, and so on. And even that wasn't enough, because famine was an ever-present threat. To take one particularly bad period, in the 1690s, the 7 ill years in Scotland, between 5 and 15% of the population died from famine. These were some of the last bad European famines, and the reason why these were the last is a big part of this story, by the way, which we'll get to. But if we go further back to the 14th century, say, as many as 10 to 25% of the population of Europe were wiped out in some of the worst famines the continent had ever seen. That's before we've even gotten to bad harvests more broadly, to illness and plague and healthcare problems. So the average lifespan in England as late as the 17th century was just 36. But again, to really try and situate ourselves in these periods, how did an average person think about what seems like, to us, again, we have to remember this is just to us, an almost hopeless existence? For example, in 1833, a Manchester surgeon, Peter Gaskell, painted quite a rosy picture of England before industrialisation, saying that the domestic manufacture, the working in homes that most people practiced was, quote, infinitely superior to the manufacture of a later date. Each worked at home, with family, with a small plot to grow vegetables, with maybe an animal or two. He says he doesn't intend to paint an Arcadia, but that the average person commonly lived to a good round age, worked when necessity demanded, ceased his labour when his wants were supplied according to his character, and if disposed to spend time or money in drinking. But this kind of rose-tinted view has largely been criticised by historians as ideologically motivated by certain people at the time, or a great example of that the good old days genre, the nostalgic looking back, again through rose-tinted glasses. Christopher Bailey sums up ordinary lives in the period like this. Peasants were not boors, as some learned people of the time thought, nor, by contrast, were they charming inhabitants of an unspoiled Arcadia, as many indulgent literati had begun to assert by the 18th century. Instead, he says, most peasants were quite entrepreneurial. They wanted more land, more money, and more honour. But despite this, compared with today, the world, almost everywhere, for almost everyone, was very tied down, tied to lords, tied in nets of privileges and obligations, and most importantly, tied to the soil. Produce was overwhelmingly determined by the seasons, by sunlight, by laws that were supposedly fixed by God, and then by the Lord, by the great chain of being. The historian Eric Hobsbawm, for example, in his Age of series, which I'll refer to often, says, in the 1780s, and for the first time in human history, the shackles were taken off the productive power of human societies. This idea of being chained and tied down and fixed and shackled can be seen in that phrase, the great chain of being. It was used commonly, and it's the idea that God, king, aristocrat, priests, gentry, peasant, European, African, dog, bug, grass, dirt, all of it, each of them had its place, like a place on a board game, except you don't move from that place. That's your lot, that's your destiny, that's where you're meant to be in life. And here's what another Mancunian, Richard Guest, wrote in 1823 about Lancashire, that's in the kind of Midlands of England, before the Industrial Revolution. He said, quote, the events of the neighbourhood flowed in a regular, unbroken train. Politics were a field little entered into, and the histories of each other's families, including cousins 5 times removed with marriages, births, deaths, etc., formed the almost only subjects of their conversations. And that the Lord was the dictator of opinion, the regulator of parish affairs, and the exclusive settler of all disputes. Again, chained, tied, shackled, cyclical, expected, routine, and some might even say declining, towards the apocalypse, away from the Garden of Eden, that ideal utopian sense of perfection. Instead, today, we often think that things can improve, develop, progress, that we can climb the social ladder, maybe, that things can get better. Compare this to Aristotle's view of the world, one that Christianity later borrowed from. He thought that a rock falls to the ground because that's its place in the universe. That's where it belongs. That's where God willed it to always move back to. Same with a king. Same with a peasant. The idea of belonging somewhere, being one thing and one thing only, doing things one way, seems such a powerful ideology to me. After all, everything has a home. The bees in the hive, the fish in the water, the rock on the ground. The person in their house. And some people are born into power and others into poverty. The sun, the clouds, the stars, they belong in the sky. I think reminding ourselves of this can help remind us how unnatural capitalism would seem to a 13th century French peasant, why actually feudalism would seem like the natural, putting it in air quotes there, way of doing things. Add on to this a couple more things, for example, that wealth and credit were distrusted by Christian culture, borrowing and lending, business more broadly, was thought to be suspicious, and that instead you'd be rewarded in the afterlife, that worldly things were bad, dirty, corrupting. So I think in a period dominated by the church, this is going to be quite powerful. You get a situation which seems difficult to see out of, let alone step out of. Difficult to change, difficult to imagine something new. It's hard to tell this story because it happens over such a long, slow period. Capitalism wasn't planned. It emerged out of many different moments, many different factors. Like the phrase, life can only be understood backwards but must be lived forwards, we have to look back in retrospect at what those moments were, kind of piece them together. It's a strange thing for something to happen that the people of the period didn't really know where it would lead. The first class of these moments don't relate to capitalism specifically, but to the idea of something new emerging in general, out of those fixed shackles of feudal life. There was no bigger impetus to challenging the feudal order than the discovery of the New World. This was one of the first stages of modern globalization, the age of discovery, not just of new lands, but of new foods, spices, animals, materials, not to mention new people, new cultures, new languages. When Christopher Columbus landed in America in 1492, the culture of Europe changed in historic terms very quickly. Many of the new spices, vegetables and sugar were very desirable, and the idea that there was abundant new land was also very, very powerful. You have to really try and imagine the powerful, desirable effect this would have on people's lives and on the imagination, even if it didn't affect you directly. Even thinking about it would contribute to this new mental landscape. This is a period in which the world was getting smaller, quicker. Ships were getting faster, the technology better, communications easier, roads improved. As the invention of the movable type printing press was spreading across Europe at around the same time, people could read more and learn more and hear more about these new and exciting, novel things. Things in the most general sense. So I'm trying to use the phrase new worlds here in the broadest, most expansive way. I mean new worlds in here as much as out there, a broadening of the imaginative horizons, an expansion of the mental landscape, the imagination. The Renaissance was happening at around the same time too, which meant there were also new ways of producing and engaging with things like art, architecture, and then the rediscovery of lots of ancient Greek and Roman books and ideas and texts. It's in this expansive context that we can start to piece together why some countries seem to jump ahead of others, having first mover advantages. And this idea of first movers is why this story will take us from Spain and Portugal across to Italy, to the Dutch Republic, to England, and then eventually to America. in a very real way, we can see capitalism as a character going out on a journey and developing as it does. Think about Portugal. It has a very long coastline across the Atlantic. It has very good fishing waters. You can go out quite deep. Good fishermen, fishing culture, and all the ship knowledge and technology that comes with it. It's still close enough to Europe's other core towns and cities, but also near enough to Africa to explore down that west coast of an unknown continent, the intrigue, the imagination. You have the Canary Islands here, a good stopping off point for ships, a good slave trading base maybe, a good jumping off point too to explore out into the Atlantic. Spain, of course, shares these advantages. In this context, is it any surprise that these two countries had the first modern empires? Of course, first movers attract second and third and fourth movers. So we can already see something integral to capitalism's development: mimesis, copying. Countries see what others are doing and say, we want a piece of that too. This opening of the imaginative horizons was immediately contagious.
500 years ago, there were people on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean, but neither knew about the other. On the western side, our side, the people had reddish-brown skins and lived in huts or wigwams. On the eastern side, in Europe, the people were white-skinned. They had learned how to build houses and large sailing ships, but they still didn't know much about the rest of the world.
When we look at it like this, it forces us to look at incentives, factors, causes, the things that create the conditions for what we see as a kind of simple genius voyage of one man across the Atlantic. It was more than that. It was an entire culture that preceded him, that Columbus jumped off, literally, into the Atlantic. Appleby writes, the novelties from European trade in the East Indies and the New World promoted new commercial institutions, created a fresh group of entrepreneurs, and stimulated the imagination of contemporaries.
I know that I'm right, oh, I know that I'm right when I say that the world is round. Oh, I'm right, oh, I'm right. My thinking is sound and I'll prove the world's round. It won't take very long.
Imagination here is absolutely key to set that initial palette of paints. It's crucial because compared with the feudal chain of being as fixed down, imagination throws us all mentally into the future and the future's different possibilities. Most before thought history was either cyclical, repeating, day after day, year after year, or even declining. So I think people's mentalities would have been completely different, thinking only of that day repeating over and over. Maybe the week ahead, but not really the next month or year, other than thinking about what you're growing for the seasons. Why would you? Why would you think of progress of that type? But now there was a new world, emphasis on new there, with new animals and plants, new materials, new land. Once you have sugar, cinnamon, coffee, chocolate to impress guests, new silks maybe, new dyes and colours, the imagination is sparked. Imagine wearing a heavy, scratchy wool garment all of your life and then getting light, bright blue cotton, say. Think about the social and cultural capital you get from having these new things in your house. The look at me factor, the talk of the town factor. Imagine how powerful that's going to be. How much that's going to change that imaginative mental landscape. If we fast forward a little bit, because These things always look clearer in retrospect. One commentator wrote about trade later on in 1690 that the wants of the mind are infinite. Man naturally aspires, and his mind is elevated. His senses grow more refined and more capable of delight. Another wrote, man's wants increase with his wishes, which is for everything that is rare, can gratify his senses, adorn his body, and promise the ease, pleasure, and pomp of life. Just imagine eating bland meals all of your life without any salt or sugar. Imagine the power of being the only one walking down the street in that bright violet fabric cloak, or wearing a powerful new perfume that everyone can smell. I think we don't really have any equivalent to this today. The discovery of the New World, I think, had a similar effect as aliens coming would be. The newness of it, the unexpectedness of it, the new peoples and culture and landscape. That is literally what it was like to the people of the period. So I think this is a good first part of our equation. Newness, desire, imagination, possibility, a sense of pluralism in the most general way. Just a plurality of new ways of doing things, of looking at things, of thinking of things, a new mental frontier. Again, these are very loose causes so far. The Age of Discovery, the Renaissance, the printing press. But there's one that some have seen as crucial, as central, the Reformation. In fact, the sociologist Max Weber argued that Protestantism was the spirit of capitalism. What did he mean by this? Very loosely, the Reformation was a 16th century movement which saw many churches, countries and theologians break off from the Catholic Church because it was seen as being too corrupt and greedy and hierarchical and so on. Coincidentally, it was many of the new independent Protestant areas that first industrialised: the Dutch Republic, England, then Germany a bit later on. In his book, The Unbound Prometheus, the historian David Landis points to how many dissenters there were in the north and the Midlands of England, where industrialisation first took off. Weber's argument was that Calvinism, a specific type of Protestantism that emerged from the Reformation in the 16th century, emphasised something called predestination, which sounds a bit technical, I know, but is basically the idea that God, knowing everything, being all-powerful, already knew who was going to heaven and who was going to hell. That this couldn't be changed by a priesthood, say, on earth, by a church, an all-powerful church that asks for indulgences to get people out of purgatory. And Weber says that this in turn led to people looking for signs that they were part of the select few, that they were going to heaven. And he said it motivated hard work, discipline, good deeds, and so on. This is a debate that still rages on today, and many do reject it, by the way. However, I think the idea of non-conformity is a bit more interesting broadly than the idea of looking for signs that you're going to be going to heaven. The Reformation, eventually at least, led to more toleration for other religious views, and so other ways of doing things, of thinking, of course. When most universities, to take just one example, had a very strong religious component, to say the least. I mean, religion obviously ran through everything. In a university, toleration quite obviously enables doing things differently, not just in religion, but in other areas too, whether that's science or economics or politics. So Protestantism simply means just a little bit more freedom, a little bit more slack from authority, a few more imaginative neural pathways to spark, things to consider. Again, not a cause of capitalism specifically, but a cause fertilizing of the soil for something new to grow out of. Finally, let's add the scientific revolution. This is a big topic in itself, but I think it's more useful to think about not as a revolution per se, but as scientific evolution, or revolutions in fits and starts. A kind of wave that comes and goes, and at some points peaks very dramatically, and at other points calms down a bit. But this spread across the modern period quite generally, I think. The central moment here, that big peak for us, is Francis Bacon publishing his book The New Organon in 1620. In it, Bacon argued that new inventions like the compass, gunpowder and the printing press had changed the world more than anything else, and because of this, science, and the experimental method in particular, should be furthered, should be advanced. One result was the founding of the Royal Society in London in 1662 with a goal to further scientific knowledge. But this was just one tentpole moment, one big wave in a wider culture of, again, broadening of horizons. Isaac Newton published his Principia on the laws of gravity and motion in 1687. There was an intense interest in all things related to physics and gravity and forces, vacuums, gases, pumps, bell jars, air pressure experiments. All of these things, this culture as we get to, are absolutely crucial, I think. In his book on the steam engine, William Rosen writes, "A new enthusiasm for creating knowledge led to the public sharing of experimental methods and results. Demand for those results built a network of communication channels among theoretical scientists. Those channels eventually carried not just theoretical results, but their real-world applications, which spread into the coffee houses and inns where artisans could purchase access to the new knowledge." So, new worlds, the imagination, the Renaissance, the printing press, the Reformation, and a scientific revolution are the broad, loose, somewhat ambiguous seeds sown in a stagnant feudal soil. They might have led to many different things. We have to remember that history is contingent, that there's randomness thrown in, that lots of different pathways can be taken, but for this story, and for history, they preceded the emergence of what we now call capitalism. In his book on the Industrial Revolution, William Rosen says that there are more than 200 theories about the Industrial Revolution's causes. And if we're thinking about how and why capitalism emerged, that's a lot of theories to analyse and test and learn about. And as we'll see, causes are very strange things. It would be odd, for example, to say that Christopher Columbus caused the Industrial Revolution. But when we look back through a very long lens, in retrospect, he at least, in a very small part, contributed to it, in a very broad sense. Butterflies and wings flapping halfway around the world and all of that. But some causes are much more immediate. The steam engine, say. So you have mediate causes that are mediated through lots of different events, and immediate causes that are much closer. But another way to understand capitalism is to look at those causes, those factors that were present elsewhere too, but then didn't cause a takeoff of the Industrial Revolution and capitalism in the same way that happened later in England. Take Spain, a first mover, lots of new stuff, new goods, new ideas even, new cultures being absorbed from the Americas, lots of new land and slaves and ships and the shipping technology that was advanced. But the key problem with the conquistadors was that they were searching for gold. This might have brought wealth, but not capitalism, not new ways of innovating production, not factories, not new social systems, not an emphasis on wage labour. In fact, it brought inflation, as lots of new gold came back and circulated around Spain, driving up prices. Today we call this a resource curse. It still happens, notably with oil-producing countries like Saudi Arabia, who focus all their attention on the oil fields and their technology to draw the oil from the ground and do get very, very rich, but then have an economy centred on this in particular and then struggle to diversify, especially when it runs out later on. And many aristocrats in Europe thought that commerce, merchant trading, work in general was beneath them. So Spain didn't open up its markets. It was very oppressive. They had the Inquisition, there was no religious freedom, there was book banning and burning. Rights and monopolies to trade or explore had to be granted by the Spanish authorities. In short, it clung to the old, controlled, top-down way of doing things. Another candidate here is the Italian city-states, Florence, Pisa. They were pretty free in comparison with much of Europe. They were focused on trade, especially trade with Asia to the east, being the gateway cities to those Silk Roads. They were very rich, and the Renaissance happened there. The problem, though, again, was the top-down control. It was very closed, it was very fixed, it was very authoritarian, to use a more modern phrase. There was a focus on who traded, who were merchants, who benefited, and who could skim off the top, who was granted the right, and what the official granting that right got in return, how they lined their pockets. The city-states might have been the gateway to the trade in silks and spices and luxuries from the east, but the political economic system was based on privileges. What you'd have is something like a merchant with a monopoly on a specific good, clothes or a spice, say, granted by a specific political office, who would then be paid for this license, for this privilege. Prices would then be regulated from the top down too. Short, it was a kind of pyramid, a closed top-down system. But the biggest contender by far, to be first, and in some senses they were first, was the Dutch Republic. In the early 17th century, the Dutch suddenly got very, very rich, drawing the rest of Europe's attention because it was such a small but increasingly wealthy country. This was a place that traded in herring. That was their main industry, their main export. Many turned their pens to trying to explain this new economic miracle. The Dutch were merchants and middlemen, much like the Italian and the Iberian merchants. One major factor in their sudden success was their new independence from Spain, who were Catholic and imposed a Catholicism on the Dutch. But after independence, the Dutch welcomed in dissenters from the rest of Europe. So we already have this culture of tolerance there and a scepticism of orthodoxy. The Dutch Republic's most radical innovation was the joint stock company. In particular, the Dutch East India Company, which was formed in 1602. The joint stock company is probably the most immediate cause so far for the emergence of capitalism. The premise was simple, but it was world-changing. Backed up by law, the Dutch could buy stocks in a joint stock company, pooling their resources together and sharing the risk of a larger venture that no one could do on their own. The added benefit of the joint stock company was that a nobleman, say, could invest in it without having to work for the company itself. Remember, work was still thought of as something for the lower classes. It was dirty, it was beneath aristocrats. It also meant an investor wasn't liable for any debts or losses if the risky business venture, like travelling halfway around the world to get spices, went bankrupt. Appleby writes, "Nothing revolutionised industrial finance more than the legal form of incorporation that gave limited liability to the owners of enterprises." So there's a bit of a mystery here as to why capitalism didn't take off further in the Dutch Republic. Appleby has this hypothesis that the success in trading that they had in commerce might have distracted them from trying to improve things like production lines and move into factories. The Dutch Republic, of course, was also very small. So unlike the British a bit later on, it could be difficult to control the seas, to have a big navy, to impose their will over trading routes, and then later still to maintain a big empire. So all of these examples, Spain, Portugal, the Italian city-states and the Dutch Republic, might be thought of as proto-capitalist or having proto-capitalist elements. They did things in a way, though, that were top-down, controlled still. They were still attached to that old idea of a great chain of being where authority is at the top and everyone else is commanded downwards. And they were missing one very important factor that we see as crucial to capitalism today. Factories, industry, efficiency, improving the means of production. Looking at these false starts, we can see some causes that might be proximal factors. We might be getting closer to the core, but things like profit-seeking, commerce, and sharing risk in a joint enterprise aren't exactly unique to the modern world. They happened in the ancient world too. People always sought to profit, people always exchanged, and people always, in some ways, sought to pull together to share risk and to go on bigger, larger enterprises. Of course, these get much more focused and become much more important as we get closer to the birth of capitalism. But there's one major cause that's highly correlated that we haven't quite looked at yet. And I think if we look at it very closely and then work back and ask what caused that, we might get a clearer picture. And that moment is the Industrial Revolution. The most obvious place for us to start and to really focus on is that most modern of things, the engine. Remember that Royal Society we looked at, set up to further scientific knowledge in 1662? Well, just a tiny bit later, in 1698, it advertised, quote, "the demonstration of a new invention for raising of water and occasioning motion to all sorts of mill work by the impellent force of fire, which will be of great use and advantage for draining mines." A catchy title. This was Thomas Savery's fire engine, or the miner's friend, and it was the first rudimentary steam engine. And I know steam engines can switch many of us off. I could be like that too. You know, they remind us sometimes of kind of nerdy focus on engineering or learning about the Victorians at school. But I promise I'll try and make this as interesting and fascinating as possible, because we really have to understand how this incredible new invention completely changed the world. And if we're going to understand capitalism today, we have to look at how this came about, the minutiae, the factors, the values, the ambitions, the focuses of the people involved. And it turns out to be actually quite an incredible story. Now, one common problem during this period was flooding in mines. It was dangerous, of course, for miners, plus it limited how far mines could be dug. I don't want to get really into the minutiae, but Thomas Savery recognised that water heated into steam, which was then cooled back to water, created a vacuum in the chamber that it cooled in. Connect this vacuum to a pipe down to the mine, and it pulls the water up and out. Savery's device was one of many invented across Europe, but it was the most ambitious, and even it was very simple and quite limited. But just 7 years later, in 1705, the inventor Thomas Newcomen improved on it by adding a piston and a beam, which made the design radically more useful. At a pace of 12 strokes per minute, each stroke lifted 10 gallons of water out of a 50-metre mine, making it the first real industrial device to be extraordinarily practical across an entire industry, which was a central industry that affected many other industries. This has good claim on being the most consequential, the most significant moment or invention in history. It leads to so much. It leads to more engines, it leads to more factories, it leads to trains and cars, air travel, electricity. It leads, as we'll see, to war machines. It's really the foundation of modernity and industry. To take just one example of how big of a problem Newcomen and Savery had solved, at one mine in England, 500 horses had been used to hoist water out of it. Imagine how much upkeep and work and feed would be involved in this. Mining was connected to agriculture in this way. It was part farm. In another example given in the literature, horses used at one mine could lift 67,000 gallons of water a day. Now, that is a vast operation still, but Newcomen's engine could lift 250,000 gallons. And remember, this was just the first device. Now, remember the name Thomas Newcomen. We'll return to him in this story because if it's so earth-shattering what he did, if it took so long in human history before someone did it, we want to know exactly why. Exactly why he worked on this. Exactly what his motivations were. What the conditions and the context were. But for now, let's just look at how groundbreaking this really was. Now, first, obviously, it made him relatively wealthy, although he didn't die a wealthy man. But after a few years, Newcomen's atmospheric engine, as it was being called, was being used in almost every big mine in the country, plus many new mines that couldn't have been mined before. The advantage this gave England was astronomical. By 1800, there were 1,600 Newcomen engines across England, but only 45 in France. England was producing 81% of Europe's coal. Just consider how much more England is mining, taking out of the earth, how many more people are employed, how much cheaper it's going to be if they're using 1,600 of these engines and the next best competitor is only using 45. It's going to draw a lot of people's attention. One of these people was the Scottish inventor James Watt, who realised that engines like this would be useful for other things, like powering ships, especially down the Mississippi, he thought. Watt improved the efficiency of Newcomen's design with a separate cylinder, and interestingly for us, he was a meticulous measurer of wasted fuel, wasted heat. He experimented with different temperatures and volumes using specific devices, essentially improving the efficiency by a factor of 4. Now, when you remember how many horses were being used and how many gallons were being drawn in single days, just tiny improvements in efficiency were going to save a hell of a lot of time, resources, money, and of course, profit. Landis says, quote, that by 1800, the United Kingdom was using perhaps 11 million tonnes of coal a year. By 1830, that amount had doubled. 15 years later, it had doubled again, and by 1870, it was crossing the 100 million tonne mark. It's this focus on efficiency that even very small improvements, because of the scale, because of how many people were going to use them and benefit from them, improved function, saved time, saved money, saved manpower, and opened new use cases that weren't as clear, weren't as apparent before. So it led to scale, it led to breadth, and it led to new focuses. And it had an absolutely revolutionary impact. What happened next was a series of world-shattering knock-on effects. Because efficiency was being found to be central, key, the thing that was unlocking a whole range of activities and focuses, and that metalwork was core to tinkering with that efficiency, a corresponding revolution in metallurgy kicked off too. John Wilkinson, for example, learned to bore cylinders more precisely. There were advances in lathes and drills, screws and so on. People started working with gauges to standardise sizes, although this came a bit later. Appleby writes, starting in the 18th century, a succession of ingenious men discovered how to make natural forces push, pump, lift, turn, twirl, smelt and grind all manner of things. And all of this led to small incremental improvements in generating integral things like warmth, an ability to cook easier, to manufacture the essentials more cheaply, things we really take for granted today. Like warmth just seems like a comfort to us, but it can do lots of other things too. It can enable you to work longer hours, to do more in your home when usually you'd be freezing cold, to dry things easier. Hobsbawm wrote that the gods and kings of the past were powerless before the businessmen and steam engines of the present. But there was another distinct line of innovation happening too. I'm at Richard Arkwright's Cromwell Mill, which is the first modern industrial factory line, factory system. He brought together water and a spinning frame and workers in this big factory over here. There's a canal, it joins to the railway, it brings together so much, but thinking specifically of what he made, clothing. Clothing brings together two lines, and these two lines would eventually meet. One was fabrics, and the other was energy, steam, power, engines, which he would eventually use. First, he used water to spin a water wheel, which powered his water frame. But for a moment, I'm interested in two of those factors that we've looked at and how clothing really shows how they are cause and effect at the same time. And it's those first factors we looked at, those first causes, the imagination and the new world. First, you had lighter, different, more exotic materials coming from the new worlds. The most commonly used material before was sheep wool, which was coarse and heavy. Just imagine how uncomfortable old clothes would have been. Scratchy, horrible wool that you maybe barely wash and that you wear day in, day out. I mean, I throw out t-shirts today because I find them uncomfortable, after a year or so. And these are nice, modern, soft t-shirts. Wool, wearing that scratchy, horrible, cheaply or untreated material day in, day out. I don't know. It must have been very, very different to how we think of clothes today. So it's no surprise that when people have a bit more time, a bit more money, are free to move from the fields and agriculture a little bit, one of the first things they spend their time and money on are new clothes. Think about fabric. It has to be picked, transported, cleaned, combed, spun into yarn, woven, sewn, finished with dye and bleach and etc. All of this could potentially be mechanised and could at least be improved upon. Supplying weavers with better, stronger, cheaper yarn was the most obvious problem that could be solved. The biggest invention here was the English inventor Richard Arkwright's 1775 water frame, which was powered by water at a mill just down the road from me, and used a complex system of wood and ropes and pulleys on a frame to spin raw cotton into a stronger yarn by twisting it very, very tight. This is another statistic I find absolutely fascinating, that once Arkwright had set up his spinning frame here and employed hundreds of workers, one of his workers could produce as much in the same time as 7 or 8 workers elsewhere. That would make his products 7 or 8 times as cheap. I mean, that's just going to blow the competition out of the water. If we think about all this technology, all this innovation, all these new machines, the culture, how it's spread, we can really see how the Midlands of England of that period was much like how we think of Silicon Valley today. It was the height of progress, of innovation, of intrigue. It was the pinnacle of advancement in the world, and news spread very quickly. People came to look. One traveller from Europe came across and noted how the common Englishman, he said, wore leather shoes, while the people at home still wore clogs. Within 40 years of Arkwright's invention, steam from steam engines was being used instead of water wheels. Plus, stronger and cheaper plant cotton was being grown and harvested cheaply by slaves in America and was beginning to be used and imported regularly. And again, some of the growth numbers here are staggering. Between 1750 and 1769, so just 19 years, cotton trade exports from Britain increased by a factor of 10. In 1760, Britain imported £2.5 million of raw cotton. Just 27 years later, in 1787, that number was 22 million. 50 years later again, it was £366 million. The price of yarn was 1/20th of what it was before. That's like something going from £10, $10 to 50 cents. Just think about that today. We just don't see anything get cheaper by factors like that anymore. The change in just a single generation to people's lives, to people's livelihoods, to the economy, to culture, to the towns, to the factories, would have just been dizzying, as many people testified to. One English politician said at the time that it was not 5% or 10%, but 100% and 1000% that made the fortunes of Lancashire. These companies were the Apples, the Googles, the Microsofts of their day. By 1780, Britain had overtaken France, a country with a much bigger population in terms of trade, and 70 years later, it had doubled France's output. And it's important to remember that these are just the major inventions, the big things that really turn the wheels, the most common examples looked at, the things that we look back at and see were the beginning of a line of progression that went through to the major improvements on them through to today. But they were just the big examples of many, many, many thousands of smaller devices and machines and innovations and approaches. It was a culture of improvement, of tinkering, of using tools and new ideas to try and make many, many things better. The same happened in iron production and technology, which was a knock-on effect of mining and steam engines. And Landis says that small, anonymous gains were probably more important in the long run than the major inventions that have been remembered in the history books. Anonymous. You know, it's that small, forgotten artisan or ironmonger with a very meticulous focus on a new method to create a more precise thread, or something that was just ever so slightly stronger, or improved the efficiency by a factor of 0.001%. All of this slowly adding up in a bubbling culture. Take something often underappreciated, chemicals. They were used for cleaning and dyeing, soaps, glass, fertiliser, to clean homes and shops and, of course, clothes. The chemical works in Glasgow had these towering 455 feet chimneys which dominated the skyline. They were really the first modern skyscrapers. Businessmen, painters and writers all flocked to both gaze at, be in awe of, and to criticise these factories that were popping up in the Midlands mainly of England, but elsewhere too. They were becoming unignorable. Imagine seeing something like this for the first time. I love this painting. Turner's Colebrook Dale by night. It was beginning to inspire again both awe and the first kind of nascent critiques of this still unnamed system. The next knock-on effect from the steam engine was, of course, the railways. They were first envisaged as very short lines to transport materials using very small trains, which replaced horses dragging carts along tracks to make the ground smoother. Take a look, for example, at Richard Trevithick's very first locomotive at the ironworks in Wales in 1804. Compare this to Savery's engine just a century before. That's quite a lot of small, precise improvements to the basic engine concept over that century period. By 1830, the first materials and passenger line opened between Liverpool and Manchester. It was just 32 miles long and everyone sat in these little carts. Once again, though, the numbers here are huge. In 1830, there was still less than 50 miles of track. In 1840, 4,500 miles. By 1850, just 20 years later, 23,500 miles. While almost all of Europe still had none. Again, all of this had snowballing effects. Take iron again. In 1750, Britain exported twice as much as she produced. By 1814, exports were 5 times greater. By 1850, more than the rest of the world combined. From 1740 to 1850, iron output in Britain rose from 17,000 to 2,250,000 tonnes. So we have this kind of interlocking system of invention, improvements, of efficiency, of snowballing effects, one affecting the other, cascading. Clothes need raw materials, need railways, need engines, need iron, need coal. So many people were involved in this kind of opportunity to innovate. It was ubiquitous. It was everywhere. I'm not saying it affected everyone, but it seems very well spread across the country. And England was exporting all of this. It was quite literally the workshop of the world. Now, there were clearly lots of geniuses here, but what stands out for me, especially as something like genius can't really be measured, is the culture, the economy, and the society. Rosen writes that thousands of innovations were necessary to create steam power, and thousands more were utterly dependent upon it. But we'll return to this idea, but a genius doesn't just suddenly invent all of this. Especially again after, millions of years of not doing it. You need a culture. And it's this culture of scientific precision, of attention, of focus to minutiae, to valves, flues, condensers, to experimenting with weights and dyes and volumes. This is what stands out to me. The scientific gaze, the industrial gaze, was a cultural phenomenon. Rosen continues that most mill owners would be a fair arithmetician, knew something of geometry, levelling and mensuration, that is, the ability to understand and analyse things like volumes, and in some cases possessed a very competent knowledge of practical mathematics. He could calculate the velocity, strength and power of machines, could draw in plan and section. So we have a culture of science, a culture of imagination, a culture of industry, of improving efficiency, of investing large sums of capital with the expectation of profit, more and more wage labour coming from the countryside to the factories to growing urban areas. In short, we have capitalism taking off at an exponential speed. But surely such dramatic shifts need dramatic causes. Was it really just a focus on science or the imagination that motivated this change, or were there other factors? Okay, so far, to reiterate, we have a few ingredients. Imagination, new worlds, new materials, new horizons, more tolerance maybe, plus science, empiricism, experimentation. But a lot of these things aren't specifically capitalist. If someone asked you for a definition of capitalism, you wouldn't say imagination, or you likely wouldn't. So what is capitalism? This thing we just think of naturally. I think we should turn to laying this out so we can have a bit more of a clearer picture around how it emerged. First, capitalism starts, most obviously, with capital. Money, resources, assets. Collected, inherited, earned, stashed, extracted, stolen, whatever it may be. But this isn't enough. Kings and emperors have long had lots of reserves of wealth, so it's a particular sort of reserve. It's kept for a particular use, to invest. In fact, all of the industrial inventions we've looked at so far took a lot of capital, for the most part at least. Savory had investment from the British government working in war workshops and factories. Newcomen worked with private investors. Arkwright was neither rich nor poor, but had very wealthy benefactors and investors. And of course, railways, iron, slavery, spice and sugar, and the slave trades, they all required large sums of initial investment. So we can start with capital plus investment. And there's a debate over where those initial large stocks of European capital came from. Marx argued that the dispossession of land played a large role here. Many point to the slave trade and the influx of profits and cotton into England, and the numbers are unignorable. However, was this a primary factor, a necessary cause, one of those immediate ones? Or was it just a bit more mediate? Did it help grease the wheels, but not be the wheel itself? Appleby says that a significant question for this history is how important was the Atlantic slave system to capitalism. At the very least, it generated enormous wealth, most of which was repatriated to the countries of the European investors. Sugar and cotton, produced by 9 million slaves transported across the Atlantic for that specific purpose, were the first widespread global capitalist commodities after all. So I think this has to be at least a very large, unignorable part of our picture. But the question is whether it's a necessary part, or whether it's contingent, whether it's subsidiary, whether it's on the side, or whether it's mediate, a bit farther back. We really have to think about what's crucial and what's not. But Appleby concludes, I don't agree. As Europe's cathedrals indicate, there was sufficient money to produce great buildings and many other structures like roads, canals, windmills, irrigation systems and wharves. It also doesn't explain why those first colonisers like Spain and Portugal didn't turn capitalist first, or the Roman Empire, or the Chinese before capitalism. In other words, there's been a lot of wealth and hoarding and financial power across history. There's been a lot of slavery and dispossession across history. But in those instances, capitalism didn't emerge. Plus, capitalism functions without anything like the Atlantic slave trade or slavery in America as it was today. So again, it can't be an essential primary factor, an essential primary cause of capitalism. Capitalism can function without slavery. Nonetheless, capitalism requires capital reserved for investment. Investment requires the expectation of return, so profit enters the picture, obviously. Capital plus profit equals accumulation. But again, we find these factors in a lot of places, and there's one thing that happened in England that we can add here, a focus on improving production and efficiency. In her book on the origins of capitalism, Ellen Mixin's Wood points to 4 key components: accumulation, competition, profit maximisation, and so, quote, the constant systemic need to develop the productive forces. Another defining feature is that under capitalism, compared to feudalism, the vast majority, in fact, pretty much all of our goods come from the market in some way. They're not produced directly in our gardens or at our spinning wheels. So we can safely add something we call markets to our list. Finally, all of this is pursued by private individuals and groups, rather than governments. Finally, and some would disagree with this by the way, Marxists and many leftists would argue that wage labour should be a central part of the definition. Unlike feudalism and other systems where peasants produce their own food, clothes, materials and so on, under capitalism, workers are primarily propertyless and so have to work for a wage. A Marxist would mostly argue further that the worker is the source of the capitalist's profit. This is a contentious debate with no agreement, and so I'm going to park it for now. There are a ridiculous number of definitions of capitalism. I was going through some of them and was thinking about how to include some here without it getting really boring, and I came to the conclusion that what we have already kind of sums up and paints an adequate picture of what we're beginning to see emerge in England and what the definitions capture that I read. So I think this is enough for now. We might add more as we go on. The question, the important question, because definitions will change from person to person, ideology to ideology, everyone has a different idea of what capitalism is. The crucial question for us is what caused this absolutely dramatic historical shift. And in the scholarship, this shift and how it happened is referred to as the transition debate. This is another contentious, wide-ranging, sometimes furious debate with little agreement and many theories. And it's still ongoing, still changing, and it's still really, really difficult to get a grip on. Did the change come from within feudalism? A fight between peasants and lords? Or without? The growth of independent merchants and towns away from feudal estates, away from the lord's power? Was it a natural consequence of globalization, say? Was it slavery? Or was it ideas about freedom? Was it our culture of science that we looked at? There are so many causes, so many different things going on that I think it's better to just lay them out, show them as much as possible, and then acknowledge that it's in some sense over-determined. What that means is, in other words, that it's determined, it's caused by many, many different things in many, many different ways, depending on the context and the time and the person and the event. And some of those causes may have been more important to, say, Newcomen and his engine, and then others to JP Morgan later on. The best we can do is paint a broad picture of what happened, because someone can always say, well, that didn't happen there and that happened there. So you can only get a set of family resemblances. The nose is kind of similar, the hair's a bit shaggy, that kind of thing. And if we do that, we at least have, again, this kind of palette that we can paint with. Capitalism may be less like a single recipe and more like a style or a cuisine. It has typically used ingredients, but they differ from dish to dish. But to give you a taste, before we get stuck into the main course, let's look at one of the first people to think about this question, the Enlightenment economist and first theorist of capitalism, Adam Smith. Smith said that humans have a natural inclination to, quote, truck, barter and exchange, that markets are natural because of that, and because of that, profit-seeking is natural too. That if this is the case, if it's a natural inclination, all you need to do is remove the chains of feudalism, of absolute monarchy, of religion, whatever you want to throw into that hat, of old regime ideas, the shackles. All you need to do is take them away, and this natural inclination remains, and so then humans can flourish. Smith maintained that, quote, the principle which prompts to save is the desire of bettering our condition, a desire which, though generally calm and dispassionate, comes with us from the womb, and never leaves us till we go into the grave. Again, it's this idea of it being natural, from the womb to the grave. The British Conservative politician Edmund Burke agreed with Smith. He wrote in a letter to him that a theory like yours, founded on the nature of man, which is always the same, will last, when those that are founded on his opinions, which are always changing, will and must be forgotten. He continued that the uniform, constant and uninterrupted effort of every man to better his condition is the principle from which public and national, as well as private opulence, is originally derived. This is a great place to start with this debate because it's just so obviously wrong, and I think most sensible people and most historians would agree that it's wrong today. You might have some extreme capitalist ideologues arguing in this way, but it doesn't produce a cogent explanation, because just look at some of the words that Smith uses here. Natural comes from the womb, uniform, constant, meaning being there forever, the nature of man. If all of these things are true, then why do we have humans doing all sorts of other things for hundreds of thousands of years, and then very quickly, over the course of a couple of hundreds of years, develop a new, completely novel way of doing things and calling it natural? Even if you argue that it was natural or it is natural, but was repressed, was held down, was fixed by feudalism, you still need a cause that released, liberated, unchained it. In other words, saying it's natural doesn't fit the historic record, but it also doesn't answer anything. It doesn't provide an explanation of where it emerged from. As Wood points out, if you can accept, or if you argue that capitalism is natural, there's no need to then do any further work explaining capitalism at all. It's always been there, ready to go. So instead, to answer the explanatory question of what really caused capitalism, what its roots are, where it came from, we need to look specifically at those roots, at the fertile soil out of which it grew, what people were doing culturally, artificially, politically, economically with that fertile soil, to look at the plant it grew into. And to do that, we have to go back to merry old England. Okay, again, hundreds of theories of capitalism and industrial revolution and whether they're connected or separate. I think the cuisine metaphor is a good one because you know some factors, some causes, some ingredients are essential, some subsidiary, some extra, some can be added and taken away. Imagination and science can be a big part of cooking too, of course, but they're really broad, not very useful, not very particular factors, ingredients. Take another one often pointed to, the 14th century Black Death. It killed between 30 and 50% of all Europeans. It had a major effect on the Renaissance too. Places like Florence particularly suffered. At least half of people died. I think it was more from what I remember. Plus, interestingly for us, it meant that there was more money, more capital for those that survived, plus less labour. So workers could demand higher wages. There were more things that needed doing than there were people to do them. Crucial? Well, no, because this wasn't specific to England and plagues had happened before. A factor, a lubricant, likely, yes, to some people, in some places, some of the time. So all of these broad factors existed in many places. We need to look at what was particular about England. Another is that England had large coal deposits. Ironically, a shortage of forests after they'd all been chopped down led to an increase in coal mining and a demand for the technology to improve that. Coal is very dense in carbon, so has a lot of energy in it. But again, coal is pretty widespread, so it might have been a factor, but not a primary one, not a central cause. One of the things we've looked at is improving productive efficiency. These very small gains in how a steam engine functioned, how far a mine could be dug, how strong a cheap yarn could be spun. Another efficiency property of England was that you could do things in a quite frictionless way compared with the rest of Europe. In the 16th century, the Tudors had consolidated and strengthened a single, stable, cohesive set of institutions, courts, government officials, an army, taxes, etc., that didn't really exist, at least as much, and maybe not at all, on the continent. There was pretty much one language, one currency, one unit of measurement, a network of single roads. You know, you could travel from place to place, talking to everyone, trading with everyone very easily. Compare this to France. It was a patchwork. The nobility basically lived off the peasants by charging them levies and tolls and taxes and tithes and privileges and dues that we looked at, all varying from place to place, village to village, town to town, city to city, time to time, person to person. It didn't have a unified market like England did. If you sent goods from Bordeaux to Paris, say, there might be taxes and bridge tolls and different languages to even get them there. It's just less likely to be tried by an entrepreneurial businessman. Germany, not yet unified, but the Germanic states, was even worse. There were some 350 principalities with different units, different weights and measurements, different toll systems, regulations, currencies and customs, and on and on. Think about those knock-on effects. A network of roads, the same language, the same courts, news, culture, books could disseminate easier. Scientific knowledge, imaginative stories about new materials, new animals, plants, peoples, places. So I think cohesion, or at least a lack of friction, is key to the transmission, the smooth transmission of goods, ideas, culture, and new possibilities, both physically and mentally. One thing often emphasised when it comes to capitalism is individual rights, especially in the American context, as we'll get to, but also in the French Revolution as the rights of man, the universal rights of man. In fact, Hobsbawm positioned the Industrial Revolution and the French Revolution as being the kind of twin dual revolutions that defined the modern world and led through to today. But the period we've looked at so far mostly precedes both the American and the French revolutions. If we take that first rudimentary engine, Thomas Savery's Miner's Friend, of 1698 as one bookend, and Richard Arkwright's water frame-powered cotton spinning mill of 1775 as another bookend, those big historical revolutions in America and France were right at the other end. However, what had just preceded this period was the English Revolution that finished in 1689. The so-called Glorious Revolution, after the English Civil War, essentially codified a constitutional monarchy with a Bill of Rights that guaranteed property, fair trials, parliamentary independence, and limited the arbitrary power of the monarch. The English Civil War had started when King Charles I had wanted to suddenly tax a lot of people, a lot of money to finance his wars. So, in a sense, it was that your money and property, especially if you're a noble, with a lot of it, could suddenly be taken away by a monarch. And the English Revolution changed this. This revolution didn't go as far as the American or the French one did later on. It affected ordinary people less, with no claims to being universalistic or of declaring the rights of all. But it did at least guarantee property, stability, and a certain confidence in a cohesive, stable system, a stability that was less likely to be found elsewhere. Another difference was with the English nobility. In places like France and Spain, a noble was a noble by blood. In England, to the contrary, only the firstborn son inherited the title, which was a peerage or a lordship. Other children would become commoners like anyone else, at least on paper, with no political access to the House of Lords or political office. So they had to make their way elsewhere. And of course, they had the wealth and the land to do so. This created stronger economic incentives over political ones, or even military ones, like in the Roman Empire, say, where the way to prove yourself and make it as a Roman aristocrat was through conquest. A large proportion of the English upper classes had been demilitarised and depoliticised, so they were more likely to turn elsewhere. There's some evidence this led to greater intermingling with commoners than somewhere like France. Take this quote from Lord Hervey in 1731. He said, "We used to sit down to dinner, a little snug party of about 30-odd, up to the chin in beef, venison, geese, turkeys, etc., and generally over the chin in claret, strong beer and punch. We had lords spiritual and temporal, besides commoners, parsons and freeholders innumerable. Lords spiritual and temporal, meaning political. Commoners, freeholders, meaning people who owned their own plot of land. So you can see in this, whether it's exaggerated or not, at least evidence for a bit more tolerance, a bit more commerce, a bit more mixing of different classes, a bit more transmission of goods and ideas. And I think it's here we can find ourselves right in the middle of our story, right at the core of the onion. Forget all of that industry, the trains and engines and smog, that's in the future. But right now in the middle we have this new nascent world, with new materials and foods and cottons, with a few more sciences, not very advanced, but a few, with a bit more tolerance, a bit more stability in what you can hold in property. All of that is happening around everyone. But right now, imagine you're an English lord like this one, with hundreds, thousands of acres of land like this, a few books on early science, and not much else really to pursue. No route into political life. What do? You look right where you are, beneath your feet, at the fields to farming, and maybe into the ground for mining. So maybe capitalism wasn't born in factories and towns and commerce, but actually in the fields. There's an assumption that capitalism starts in cities and towns. Italy, merchants, autonomous burghers, traders, shopkeepers. Even industrial Manchester conjures images of urban factories and smog and slums and chimneys and clanking chains and the proletariat and rich businessmen and dirty streets all crowded, toilets outside, sludge everywhere. But it should be a clue that before the Industrial Revolution, a lot of industrial centres were small towns, villages even. I mean, in Cromford, just down the road from where I live, where one of the first modern factories was born, it's a little village, it still is. In other words, capitalism didn't start in London or Florence. Remember that significant figure we started with? That it took 80% of people to provide the food for everyone? That 8 out of 10 people worked in agriculture? Growing, tending to, working on the sustenance, the core, the basis of life. And remember in 16th century Europe that number hadn't changed really since the Roman Empire. As Appleby says, that all economies begin with food production. I think we can safely assume that if 80% of people are involved in agriculture, 80% of people's overall thoughts were agricultural. Imagine a poor harvest followed by a bad winter. You have some seed for planting in spring and a few animals for breeding for the next season. But things are getting desperate. Do you eat the animals? Do you take a risk that next year's harvest will be better? So you'll need less seed, so you could sell them, you could eat them even if things were that desperate. These were the sort of calculations people would have had to be making all of the time. This is the sort of stuff that took up 80% of people's mental bandwidth. Famine was a fact of life, scarcity a fact of life. Time spent between fixing clothes or a fence, tending to animals and crops, just to secure just enough to survive, and often not even that. You'd usually eat what came out of the ground as it was picked until around October time, but you couldn't really preserve much. If anything, for the winter, you could make some terrible bread or salt some bacon, but preserving with no refrigeration, remember, for an entire season? Difficult to say the least. This is why the New World and sugar and new resources and materials and crops and animals were so essential to people's changing mentalities. Squashes, tobacco, cacao, potatoes, corn, coffee, beans, they were all new. Corn could be grown in wetter places than wheat, and you could get twice as much from a corn yield as you could from a wheat yield. Potatoes could be just kept in the earth for longer and pulled out as needed. There are a few parallels today, but I think just a few more options would have had a radical effect on people's mindset, on people's mentalities, on breaking free from that kind of secular rhythm of just possibility being limited to what you do day after day. Thought follows thought in a very predictable way. But it was sugar that really changed things in a kind of unexpected way. Yes, sugar is delicious and sweet and exciting. Maybe it gave a burst of energy to people, helped people work longer hours or work a bit more at the time they needed to. But the revolutionary thing about sugar was that it could be used to preserve fruits and vegetables into the winter. It could preserve foods that couldn't before be preserved. In short, food, glorious food, was on everyone's mind, isn't it still? Let alone when you don't have enough of it. And the smallest improvements would save fear of horrible long winters, would save time that could be spent doing lots of other things, and of course could save countless lives. I mean, just in this period we're looking at, 17th century England, relatively rich, one expert wrote that half the population needed some kind of assistance to get through each year. Think about that, half the population. Let that set our scene, and then combine it with the factors we've looked at, plus the fact that there was no serfdom in England. What you had instead were big landed estates owned by one increasingly entrepreneurial upper class with lots of resources behind them, renting out land to tenants, lots of different tenants, sometimes selling it to different people, and increasingly mining it too. Compare this to France, with its vast patchwork feudal and royal system of dues and privileges and tithes and tolls. There, the best way to get ahead was to secure political office, to get a certain privilege for yourself as a nobleman over peasants, say, or over a merchant, to get certain dues, a certain right to a toll from a bridge or a road, a certain favour if you're a bit lower down in the hierarchy with a certain lord, or if you're really up there with the king. You're looking upwards to get permission to extract from downwards in a really naked way. Ellen Wood calls this extra economic or political. It might come from peasants working, owing you that 300 bottles of olive oil each year, for example, but it's not from business per se. It sits above it. It's extra economic. It comes from your philosophical or theological or military so-called right as a lord in that great chain of being, or as a ruler looking after everything. This seems completely natural to me. If I'm a minor nobleman in this system, what are my goals? Messing around with dirt and seed and animals, or getting closer to God, to the Pope, to the King, setting your sights upwards? But this route was more closed off in England. Instead, the route to improvement was getting more out of those fields, out of those workers, out of animals and seeds and mines, out of those resources. What this led to was a culture of improvement. If you'd have looked out over your fields, you'd have seen two main things different to today. Many fewer hedges, and I mean many, many fewer, and much less of it farmed, more of it forested still. Much of the farmland had to be left fallow to recover each year, so you could only farm around a third of it at a time. And that's the areas that were suitable. In the Netherlands, it was discovered that instead of leaving land empty, you could rotate different crops, grains, turnips, and so on. And then the English copied this system. And what happened next during this vague agricultural revolution was a new approach to productivity. Loads of different things were experimented with. Meadows were flooded to warm the soil and extend the growing season. Different plants were found to enhance different soils. Parsnips were found to be able to be used as animal feed throughout the winter. So something called up and down husbandry swapped animals with plants each season, which meant that the animals fertilised the soil and then the next crop yields were better. By the early 1600s, the word improver was becoming common in the English language. Landis says that Britain's countryside was being kneaded like dough. Now imagine if someone's really, really good at this, and then someone next door is not so good at it, and another not so good, and you're an aristocrat renting out your patches of land. You're going to notice some, a few maybe, paying on time, others not. Some getting wealthier, others not. Some paying more rent, offering more rent, others not, others struggling. In other words, land values correlating more and more with the successes or failures of different techniques. Competition having a greater effect on rent. More swapping and trading of both produce and ideas. It's here we can see both the economic and the cultural roots of capitalism. I think it's important to think about how economics and culture interact here. Ellen Wood points to economics, writing that by the 16th century, capitalist practices were becoming more common in England, saying, quote, the maximisation of exchange value by means of cost-cutting and improving productivity through specialisation, accumulation, reinvestment of surpluses, and innovation. But think about our definition of capitalism that we looked at before. Let's just quickly remind ourselves. Accumulation, competition, profit maximisation, the, quote, constant systemic need to develop the productive forces, and then add by private individuals or groups, and also with markets. Notice how some of these are, of course, economic, but some really are cultural. Some are a mix of both, and you could argue that all of them are a mix of both, that it's impossible to disentangle economic ideas from cultural ones, that you need culture as a kind of carrier of these economic ideas to convince you to do them. You need the books, for example, where you can read about these new methods. You need it in the air. You need people talking about it in specific ways, whether that's at the pub or in official education. Culture is central. And remember, we have that culture of science and experimentation from Francis Bacon and the Royal Society, the idea that things can change, new worlds, new horizons, renaissances and reformations, progress, modernity, a going forward, not being stuck in this cyclical fixed way. On top of this, agricultural reformers in England were publishing books and pamphlets of advice. This is, of course, undoubtedly cultural. And philosophers like John Locke, in books, were talking about improvement as the basis of property. Locke wrote, for example, "The grass my horse has bit, the turfs my servant has cut, and the ore I have digged in any place where I have a right to them in common with others, become my property." All of this was in the air. Locke thought that if you mixed your labour, work with your hands, with the land, with plants and animals and resources, if you make good use of what God provided, you own that property from it. That was a God-given right. This would become a major influence in the American Revolution. And while the French revolutionaries didn't draw on Locke specifically, many of them looked towards England as a model. So you have this chicken and egg mix of economics and culture, material lives and ideas. Did one cause the other? It's one of those questions that's been debated forever with no convincing answer. I think it's more interesting personally to just explore how they interact dialectically. Because what is unquestionable is that this powerful new emphasis on productivity was about to change the entire world. And this emphasis on improving led to a long and contentious enclosure movement. Fields were divided up and hedged. This is where you get this patchwork image of England. Peasants were kicked off communal land. Take a look at an old map like this. That no longer would exist in the future, no longer exists now, of course. Communal rights like collecting wood from forests and growing vegetables on a village plot were taken away. And those same traditional rights or practices like collecting wood from that forest became much more difficult. It was all divided up, fenced off. This movement was hated by many. For wood, peasants may have only had these marginal plots and impoverished dwellings, they're two phrases she uses, but they were dispossessed of them nonetheless, and a new class of so-called masterless men and vagabonds and vagrants started roaming England in search of more work. They were unchained from the old peasant ways, but they had nothing. Again, this is a contentious debate. Landis, for example, argues that rather than creating an army of unemployed vagrants, quote, the data indicate that the agricultural revolution associated with the enclosures increased the demand for farm labour. That indeed those rural areas that saw the most enclosure saw the largest increase in resident population. From 1750 to 1830, Britain's agricultural counties doubled their inhabitants. The question of whether this is good or bad is furiously debated and notoriously difficult to answer, and it is something we will return to. But either way, it was the beginning of that new class, often seen as integral to the capitalist system, the working class, wage labourers, the proletariat, with nothing to bargain with but their own bodies, their own labour. For Wood, wage labour, so central to Marxism as it's where profit is extracted from by the bourgeoisie, wage labour is a key component for her, but not the key component in the development of all this. She argues, and I think convincingly looking at all of the evidence, these competitive pressures between tenants and landowners and the focus on productivity and improvement came first. Either way, if we add wage labour to our list, it means we have pretty much all of the ingredients for capitalism in place. But with that emphasis on improving efficiency and productivity in return for greater gains at the core. Let's return to our 80-20 number, that 80% of people were needed to support 100% of people. And that extra 20% were the politicians and the clergy and the aristocrats and the military men and so on. This 80-20 was still the case in the early 16th century. Towards the end and into the middle of the 17th century, as the agricultural revolution grew, that number began to shift. And by 1800, it was only taking 36% to feed the entire population instead of 80%. By then, one farming family was providing, on average, for 60 others. And today, that number is down to just 3%. Just imagine that amount of time, brain power, energy, focus, attention, and health that's opened up to do other things. And as Landis points out, this meant England was pretty rich even before the Industrial Revolution started, with average salaries a third higher over the course of 50 years between 1700 and 1750. Okay, there's one more thing we need to look at here. So far, we've looked at quite general, broad, societal causes. But does this ignore the so-called great men theory of history? And it's men in particular, especially in this period. Are we forgetting that it's individual people, flesh and blood, doing these things rather than like broad, abstract, top-down trends? In his book on the steam engine, William Rosen reminds us that the Industrial Revolution was, quote, first and foremost a revolution in invention. The agricultural revolution made England rich, but the Industrial Revolution made it super rich. And when you consider all of those big inventors we looked at, the most influential ones, especially looking at the steam engine, Savery, Newcomen, Watts, they all had patents on their inventions. And a patent is an odd thing. It's quite a new idea in history. And it's a strange legal, cultural, philosophical construction. Patents, when you think about them, are quite abnormal, like quite bizarre. They became more common during the Renaissance. In the 15th century, King Henry VI of England granted one for a novel, new technique to create stained glass for churches. One was granted in Florence for a boat designed to move stones. But initially they were few and far between and were mainly a way for a monarch to raise money for themselves. By the time we get to the Tudors in the 16th century, they were granting them for all sorts of things, for trade routes and salt and paper and, importantly, playing cards. One thing to remember here is that a patent is a monopoly, that you, and only you, will have the right to trade or sell or do business in this area for a certain period of time, in a certain geographic location sometimes. It's a level of control from above. At the beginning of the 17th century, James I, then Elizabeth in England, were both granting monopolies to presumably well-connected people to control trade and raise money for themselves. By the early 17th century, monopolies were the norm. One person wrote famously that a typical Englishman lived in a house built with monopoly bricks, heated by monopoly coal. His clothes are held up by monopoly belts, monopoly buttons, monopoly pins. He ate monopoly butter, monopoly currants, monopoly red herrings, monopoly salmon, monopoly lobsters. Remember, this is all going on at the same time. More demands for tolerance, for different religious beliefs, more science, more experimentation, more trade and commerce, more innovation in agricultural productivity. There's the Civil War in the middle of the century, then the rights-based revolution at the end. This period is a crucible of modernity, while kings and queens were still trying to control things. The idea of innovation, and this is really why I focused on imagination at the beginning, that idea of innovation was in the air in England. There was a famous landmark court case in 1602 over those playing cards. Queen Elizabeth, that's Henry VIII's daughter, had granted a monopoly for their sale. So one person controlled the entire market for playing cards in England. It was said this was partly because she didn't like English people lazing around playing cards. It distracted them from more important things like praying and work. I'm not sure how true that is. But this resulted in a huge court case led by one of England's most famous lawyers, Sir Edward Coke. Coke argued that monopolies were wrong. They restricted employment, he said, too many were granted, and, most importantly, he theorised that they should only be granted if the person they were being granted to had improved on the thing, the product, the invention, the technique in some way. That only then was granting this monopoly, this patent, just right. Coke won this court case, and a few other things happened over the next couple of decades, but by 1624 there was a statute on monopolies. It established that patents should only be granted when something was invented by someone or improved upon, and shouldn't be used to raise prices, and should only last for 14 years. They should be limited. Now think about the time frame here. This is 1624. That's 2 years after Bacon published his book advocating for an experimental inductive scientific method. 1622, Bacon's publishing about science. 1624, and you have this idea that you can only grant a monopoly if you improve upon something. At the same time, you have this culture of agricultural improvement that's taking off everywhere. And then fast forward around 75 years, and all of those people involved in building steam engines and experimenting that we looked at have patents. This is obviously a distinct, progressing culture. Remember Rosen's words, thousands of inventions were necessary to create steam power, and thousands more were utterly dependent upon it. But now let's return to one of them. Newcomen's improving of Savory's engine to successfully draw water from mines, maybe the first really widespread industrial capitalist invention. I have the patent for it here, and it's fascinating just to look at and try and understand and really think about all the things this led to that define our lives today, because it's such a, on the one hand, very simple device, like anyone can understand it. But on the other hand, again, it took so long in human history for something like this to emerge and the consequences of it to be appreciated. I really recommend watching one of those YouTube videos or looking at one of those diagrams that kind of show you exactly how it works. It's really good to get in your head. We can see all of this coming together in Newcomen. He was engaged with the wider scientific, cultural community. He corresponded in this kind of new republic of letters that was emerging with famous scientists like Robert Hooke. He was one of the most well-known in England in the day. There were lots of popular guides to science floating around, even children's guides. They were everywhere. You could buy them cheaply because printing was getting better and better. Classes were taught to artisans and blacksmiths by travelling lecturers. So this kind of modern scientific economy was emerging. It was very nascent. Newcomen was a master with his hands. At the anvil, the lathe, with all sorts of tools. Rosen points to something called a Y valve. It's a single part of the engine's design, and it had to be perfectly precise in shape and weight. You had to know a lot about mathematics and volumes and equations and the densities and properties of different metals and steam and water and heat, all sorts that you could learn from both these travelling lecturers and also from pamphlets and books. But all of it, think about this, was done without all the modern tools that we have at our disposal. Rosen writes that the only way to machine such a valve was by hand, and the hands in question had to be as sensitive and as precise as those of a violinist. Newcomen, he says, had tactile intelligence. This takes years of focus, decades of training on the smallest, most minute, most specific, most meticulous details. And I think that is key. Who's going to be doing that when there's not enough food on the table for a start? You need a productive, efficient agricultural system. You also need to know about and understand a widespread national problem, like mining and water in mines. So for that, you need a culture of reading and books and news about the country. And for those years of investment in time to pay off, you need to know that you'll be rewarded in some way, that the risk is worth the time. This is where Rosen makes the compelling case that the patent is absolutely crucial. Newcomen could charge then for licenses, £300 a year. One person did a deal and paid £200, but half of his future profits. And there were 100 in use within 3 years. Even then, he wasn't widely recognised. Most people probably haven't heard of him, nor did he die wealthy. Now, I'm not saying, and I don't think, it's just the case that people only do things to profit, although that is also obviously true. Some people do it for the love of science, or because it's the right thing to do, or because it's going to be useful to the community, or there's just a compulsion to do it. But you at least need to know that you're going to be able to survive while you're doing something. The patent system does that. And it also stops, and this is really crucial, we forget this, it stops more powerful people or companies or the government simply taking your innovation once you've invented it for themselves. Rosen points to a combination of, quote, innovative culture and, quote, individuals looking out for their own interests and, quote, a national interest in innovation. All of this worked dialectically. Savory worked in government war factories and workshops because of the government's obvious interest in advances in war machines, for example. Without all of that huge state-led investment, that first engine wouldn't have happened. But there was a political culture that developed that said, if you have an idea, a piece of land, some property, a way of improving something, of doing something, that's going to be yours and you're going to be able to benefit from it for a certain period of time. And that acted as a huge incentive for people to spend years, sometimes decades of their lives investing in their own set of skills to understand all of this mathematic knowledge and physical knowledge and metallurgical knowledge and chemical knowledge, and take the time, like Rosen says, to learn the violin in such a meticulous way that you can design these very, very precise new instruments that go on to have an outsized effect on the wider economy and culture. So, we now have all of the ingredients, the factors, the causes, the recipe of capitalism in place. What's astonishing is how quickly it was about to set the entire world on fire. Landers' book title is evocative, Prometheus Unchained. I think it's a powerful image of what capitalism is and what modernity is. It's why Prometheus was such an influential image for someone like Mary Wollstonecraft writing Frankenstein. The idea of a modern, technological, scientific monster. It's something we still think about today when we think about things like the atom bomb. Prometheus, unchained. Something that's powerful, but something that can burn too. As we'll see, some of the numbers are just staggering to me. I didn't realise how staggering before I started really diving into this topic. People like to point to their favourite factors that we've looked at, and everyone has a different theory of how they come together. But I agree with Appleby when she says, why not recognise how mutually enhancing all of these elements were? We have a constellation of factors in England out of which a new world would emerge. A culture of imagination, change, possibility and improvement, of reformation, of looking within, and of toleration of other people's ways of doing things, religious, but surely that would have filtered down into other things, into business and economics. Of rights in property and patents, in knowing that you can invest in your farm, your business, yourself, your ideas, and a single market across the country, out of which the dynamics of maximising profit, accumulating, competing, and wage labour, of individuals and groups, not governments, and with markets, would emerge. But how long would a Promethean England last? In Greek mythology, Prometheus stole the secret of fire from the gods and was punished for it by having an eagle peck away at his liver for eternity. And it's one of those perennial myths because it really illustrates the kind of tension between having something powerful and then having powerful, unforeseen consequences, side effects coming from it. By the early 19th century, commentators were beginning to notice the same bittersweet contradictions emerging from this new economic system in Britain. There seemed to be no doubt to anyone that Britain had uncovered some powerful new secret, but romantic poets, diverse reformers and critics were beginning to lament the effect this Promethean energy was having on some of the more downtrodden, the more vagrant, the more marginalised of society, and increasingly and slowly the colonised and the enslaved too. Protests took different forms. In that early period, the levellers protested in England against enclosure by levelling, literally, the new hedgerows and fences that were cutting them off from old communal ways of life. And the Luddites protested against the new machines they saw as taking their jobs by breaking them. After visiting Manchester in 1835, the French noble and writer Alexis de Tocqueville wrote, "From this foul drain, the greatest stream of human industry flows out to fertilise the whole world. From this filthy sewer, pure gold flows. Here, humanity attains its most complete development and its most brutish. Here, civilization works its miracles and civilized man is turned almost into a savage." But despite all of this, Britain's newfound wealth was unignorable and enticing. It was captivating to much of the world. Not only did Britain look richer, it had as many ships in her navy as every other navy in the entire world put together. Even by 1700, Britain was producing twice as much food as any other country, and across the 18th and the 19th century, the growth was becoming exponential. The figures are incredible. In just a single 20-year period in the 19th century, think about this, just 20 years, steam and iron output quadrupled. And in just 50 years, between 1800 and 1850, the British population doubled. By the end of the 19th century, Britain accounted for around half of the entire world's trade in many major goods, including meat, sugar, and wheat. Even today, the US only accounts for somewhere around 10% as a comparative figure. This tiny island accounting for half the world's trade, and in such a short amount of time. Let's take just another short 20-year period. Between 1850 and 1870, Britain's trade almost tripled. And across just a 5-year period in the middle of the century, the number of railway passengers in Britain almost doubled. Again, just the speed, The totality, the intensity, the unignorable nature of this vast, quick change was completely unprecedented, and others, of course, across Europe and across the Atlantic, were taking note. There was lots of imitation and industrial espionage, so much so that taking plans for a machine, say, to another country was made illegal. France, Germany, and the United States in particular were the three main imitators here. By 1870, each of them were producing around 1 to 2 million tons of iron for their own machines and railways. However, Britain was producing around 6 million, and that was half of the world's total of 12 million. So 6 million, half of the world's total, and then the closest three competitors only producing 1 to 2 million. That's how far ahead Britain was. Englishmen travelling across the continent, like the agricultural improver Arthur Young, were astonished at the comparative poverty of other nations like Spain and Portugal and even France. The mimetic desire to imitate spread across both Europe and America, and further afield too. But the traffic in economics, in culture, in politics and ideas was multi-directional too. It went both ways. Many looked to Britain's industry, plus France and America's declarations that men, and it was mostly men, I'm afraid, had universal rights. In fact, both industry and rights were, to many, two sides of one modern, kind of progressive, what was called Whiggish coin. A new ideology, as yet unnamed, was emerging, drawing on the English philosopher John Locke's ideas about property being a natural God-given right, and the Scottish economist Adam Smith's ideas about trade and commerce being natural, along with many others, as we'll see. The very loose idea from them of what we now call a liberal was slowly in the air. It was in this period, in Hobsbawm's words, when the few remaining obstacles in the way of the untrampled development of private enterprise would be swept away. Some described it, and this is a great phrase, one that I'll be using a lot, of the period of the conquering bourgeoisie. The extent of change is also demonstrated by the composition of British Parliament before 1895, so we're jumping ahead a little bit. Aristocrats were always in the majority. After 1895, they never, to this day, would be again. Hobsbawm's second book in his trilogy argues that the middle part of the 19th century was the age of capital, the age of liberal triumph, as he puts it. But things, he says, were already beginning to change. No sooner has they appeared of society was beginning to develop and shift dialectically too. The liberal order, for example, was at first based on this premise that the individual farmer or inventor or businessman could be in control, could be a master of his own domain, building businesses, inventing new machines, being rational, free, and importantly, in control, a man of the world. But already, giant, unwieldy, national bureaucracies were growing. Science was becoming too voluminous for one person to master, even in one field. Corporations were developing that required huge amounts of raw materials, capital, investment, and management, and the state was growing with all of it. In other words, the very edifices and structures that capitalism becoming too vast, too unwieldy for individual capitalists to control. Hobsbawm writes, combination advanced at the expense of market competition, business corporations at the expense of private firms, big business and large enterprise at the expense of smaller, and that this concentration implied a tendency towards oligopoly. Take Lloyds Bank, still one of Britain's biggest. Until very recently, you would have seen it on most high streets. It bought out and merged with 164 smaller banks. It ate them up. It gobbled them up. National financial institutions were beginning to wipe out smaller community banks everywhere. Department stores were beginning to wipe out local shops. Economies of scale, these big tentacled corporations, were making local approaches uncompetitive. I'll quote Hobsbawm quite a bit in this section because he's really good on this. He wrote, "In most people's minds and in reality, capitalism still meant the one man, or rather one family, owner-managed business. Yet this very fact raised two serious problems for the structure of enterprise. They concerned its supply of capital and its management." Investment and capital required much bigger institutions, but the same was true of the management of employees and staff and workers. Take the burgeoning train lines. They are probably the prime example of what's going on in this period. As we'll get to, they became so big, so vast, that they obviously needed a large bureaucratic management structure, a hierarchy, plus a close relationship with investment banks. As JP Morgan in America realized, he who controls the flows of capital, controls the cost of lending and who to lend to, was a very powerful man. And Hobsbawm has a great turn of phrase here. He says, Adam Smith's invisible hand of the market was becoming very visible. Hobsbawm wrote, "The visible hand of modern corporate organisation and management now replaced the invisible hand of Adam Smith's anonymous market. The executives, engineers and accountants therefore began to take over from owner-managers. The corporation replaced the individual." Take the London and North Western Railway Company that became dominant in this period. By 1890, it employed 65,000 workers. It had 7,000 kilometres of tracks and 800 stations. Of course, this was so different to a single person tinkering on an engine and then selling the licenses to it, or even one person building a small railway track to transport goods between Liverpool and Manchester for their own little factories. These were huge, unwieldy bureaucracies, unmanageable by single people. They became bigger than they probably ever intended to become at the beginning. And to give just a quick, good example of the economic composition of a country in this period, take the Paris stock market in 1856. It listed 33 railway and canal companies, 38 mining companies, 22 metallurgical companies, 11 port and shipping companies, 7 bus and road transport companies, 11 gas companies, and 42 other industrial companies, ranging from textiles to galvanized iron and rubber. Again, this is from Hobsbawm, but you can see these huge raw material and infrastructural companies are becoming almost bigger than parliaments, countries, nations, the power of presidents or kings. They're becoming the dominant fact of people's lives, of the direction countries are taking. As much as these tensions, these contradictions were starting to show, it was still that ideology of the conquering bourgeoisie, the rational, in control. That wasn't a dance, that was me at levers. But the in control bourgeois man that was becoming dominant as the ideology everywhere in Europe and America. As well as Locke and Smith, it took from thinkers like Montesquieu, the French thinker, the idea that the power of one person was something to fear, but could be mitigated through the division of political power so that the executive, legislative, and judiciary could each check each other's power, could keep an eye on each other. It was this that was the response to the most contradictory of liberal questions. What if one person, one ruler, one businessman, one entrepreneur, one corporation becomes too powerful, too conquering? By the 1870s, many were adding a scientific string to this ideological bow, the survival of the fittest. Hobsbawm wrote that in the struggle for existence, which provided the basic metaphor of the economic, political, social and biological thought of the bourgeois world, only the fittest would survive, their fitness certified not only by their survival, but by their domination. Darwinism had, and this is not something Darwin himself aligned himself with, but Herbert Spencer, a kind of protege of Darwin's, did, provided the foundation for a kind of scientific liberalism in which people supposedly rose or fell, were unequal, or to go further, were inferior biologically because of laws of evolution. This is what so many in this period believed, and we know where that's going to go in the future, not too far in the future. The idea that individuals and businesses and countries and races would inevitably compete and rise and fall or even become extinct became the dominant liberal ideology for many powerful people in the latter 19th century. It created drives in other countries to catch up with Britain. And in Britain, it led to anxieties that both America and Germany seemed to be powerfully snapping very quickly at their heels. And it would eventually lead to eugenics policies in many countries, which would aim in some cases to sterilize, or in extreme cases, mass murder, those who deemed to be diluting the well of biological racial purity, whether that was other undesirable races or sick and unwell, or in some cases disabled people within your own race. This came from Darwinism, this idea that you needed genetic fitness to beat other countries, to beat other people even. And it's sometimes forgotten how dominant, how powerful, how seemingly scientific this was to so many powerful people across this period leading up to the wars we know very well from the 20th century. In 1888, a best-selling science fiction novel called Looking Backward, set in the year 2000, recalled that for 1888 capitalists, selfishness was their only science. Railroad magnate Andrew Carnegie, who we'll get to very, very shortly, said of the survival of the fittest that while the law may be sometimes hard for the individual, it is best for the race, because it ensures the survival of the fittest in every department. One professor wrote in 1883 that millionaires are a product of natural selection. And for now, Britain was at the top of that hierarchy. There's no better marker for its high point than the Great Exhibition in London in 1851. Queen Victoria opened the Great Exhibition in the newly built Crystal Palace in South London. 14,000 companies exhibited an endless range of products, from new door locks to diamonds, pianos to ceramics, kitchens, foods, clothes, machines. Anyone who was anyone was there. The great Russian novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky visited, writing that you become aware of a colossal idea. You sense that here something has been achieved, that here there is victory and triumph. You even begin vaguely to fear something. He continued, you feel that something final has taken place here, that something has come to an end. It's like a biblical picture, something out of Babylon, a prophecy from the apocalypse coming to pass before your eyes. And he became very skeptical. He warned Russians not to follow down this materialistic, European, atheistic path. He said he noticed a principle of individualism, a principle of isolation, of intense self-preservation, of personal gain, of self-determination, of the I, of opposing this I to all nature and the rest of mankind as an independent, autonomous principle entirely equal and equivalent to an I that exists outside itself. And he wrestled with these ideas of atheistic I's moving around materialistically without God. And there was a great crisis of faith, the Victorian crisis of faith in this area, as science and industry dominated, as people's lives seemed to get better, in many cases at least, without God, without religion, through something else. The mid-century was like a hall of mirrors. Dostoevsky could look at the exhibits at the Great Exhibition with a sense of awe, as the middle class of Europe all did, and the Crystal Palace was a modern wonder. But Dostoevsky and others took to the streets of London too, noticing much of the city, quote, half-naked, savage and hungry. Many, from Charles Dickens to Jack London a bit later on, noticed the same thing. It was becoming an age of extremes. Britain looked futuristic, while most of Europe, especially Eastern Europe, still looked as it had 500 years before. Even in the more advanced European countries like Spain and Portugal, there were less than 100 miles of railway. And many liberal bourgeois types, despite living lives never before imaginable, were also living with a sense of fear. Nowhere could everyone vote. Nowhere was there true democracy as we see it today. But uprisings, revolutions, protests, marches, demands from the great mob of ordinary people were ubiquitous across Europe. There was a bubbling tension that often broke out into very real tension and violence. The conquering bourgeoisie had conquered then, but they were ruling in an unsteady fear. There's a debate that we'll return to over whether the initial wealth undeniably produced by capitalists was widely or even marginally shared, whether the emerging working classes and the vagabonds and the vagrants, those that were released from or dispossessed of their land and agricultural work, communal land, or even land owned or dominated by the feudal lord, the boss, the land worked by the tenant farmer, whether those people were initially better off. The debate, I think, is a really interesting one. And as I said, it's ongoing. It's contentious too. Some argue that there were wage increases, but others say that they were only for a minority of workers and that those increases were offset by the really harsh working conditions that those workers found themselves in. And the living conditions too, cramped, diseased, urban slum housing, industrial accidents on an industrial scale. Maybe industrial here is going too far, but on a scale greater, proportionate to the growth of industry, to the working in proximity with these big new machines. One study, and I think this is an interesting way of looking at it because often wages are comparing apples for oranges, depends on the area. There are lots of things not captured by wages, especially in agricultural work. So one study looked at the records of people's heights from prison records and found that in this period, people actually got shorter, suggesting they had fewer calories. The perception at the time by most was a negative one. Landis says that many Britons would have stopped it in its course or even turned back. For good reasons or bad, they were distressed, inconvenienced or outraged by its consequences. They mourned a merry England that never was, deplored the soot and ugliness of the new factory towns, bemoaned the growing political power of crass parvenus, cried out against the precarious poverty of a rootless proletariat. And take Arnold Toynbee, the very influential 19th century English historian who coined the term Industrial Revolution. He wrote, "We now approach a darker period, a period as disastrous and as terrible as any through which a nation ever passed. Disastrous and terrible because side by side with a great increase of wealth was seen an enormous increase of pauperism and the degradation of a large body of producers. The steam engine, the spinning jenny, the power loom had torn up the population by the roots." Or take another great historian, E.P. Thompson's more recent work on the English working class. He wrote, "It is neither poverty nor disease, but work itself which cast the blackest shadow over the years of the Industrial Revolution. Long hours of unsatisfying labour under severe discipline for alien purposes." He wrote a famous Marxist account of the growth of the working class in this period, and we have to remember, the working class is a new thing. The working class is very different to the peasantry, different organisational structure, different goals, different cultures, different living conditions, different, of course, economic conditions. It was the period when the Romantic poet William Blake had already written of the dark satanic mills, the smoggy idea of a Dickensian chimney-laden urban scene and smog and children going up chimneys to clean them and working in factories from dawn till dusk. It's the period when we get this idea of a Victorian, smoggy, oppressive, corrupt London from. And so many historians argue this must have come from somewhere, while other historians also say that, well, this is, writers and artists and cultural elites turning their noses up from a distance, not understanding the working classes. Hobsbawm, for example, despised this period. He says that the condition of the labouring poor was appalling between 1815 and 1848, and that this was not denied by any reasonable observer. In that period, the slums of the north of England, the periods of unemployment, the crises, the hours worked, the dangers, the insecurity, were all bigger and longer, the gluts were, than any period before or since. Take some of these descriptions of crashes and slumps and unemployment. Textile industry slumps in Bolton in England and Rebais in France in the 1840s put as many as 2/3 of people out of work, and this was very common. In 1830, for example, a member of the Royal Society, Frederick Baker, wrote, "About 1/3 of our working population consists of weavers and labourers whose average earnings do not amount to a sum sufficient to bring up and maintain their families without parochial assistance," meaning assistance from local officials. It's this portion of the community, for the most part decent and respectable in their lives, which is suffering most from the depression of wages and the hardships of the times. Another person described a women's march in Manchester in 1842. There were 2,000 women marching, and they were, quote, "dreadfully hungry. A loaf is devoured with greediness indescribable, and if the bread is nearly covered with mud, it's eagerly devoured." This kind of disruption, these kinds of events that were happening mostly in industrial England, but increasingly across Europe and America too, were making many of the conquering bourgeoisie very nervous, illustrating the sense of fear of the bourgeoisie. A German scientist wrote in 1847 that, quote, "Pauperism and proletariat are the suppurating ulcers which have sprung from the organism of the modern states. Can they be healed? The communist doctors propose the complete destruction and annihilation of the existing organism. One thing is certain, if these men gain the power to act, there will be not a political but a social revolution, a war against all property, a complete anarchy." But as I said, there are opposing camps in this debate, some showing that wages did rise, that regulation slowly came in and corrected for the unprotected, unregulated issues that had quickly emerged, that housing and plumbing and water and food were all gradually getting better. Famines were, in England at least, a thing of the past. In one quite new book, the historian Emma Griffin argues that it's hard to square the pessimism of the cultural idea of the dark satanic mills, the Dickensian idea, with the actual autobiographies of working people in the period. She says that there are many examples in this period of people writing critically of factories, of course, but there are many counterexamples too. The older rhythms of agricultural work in the fields, with tools, sharp tools, long, back-breaking, were not exactly a walk in the park. It was awful for your health, it was long, and it could be very irregular, whereas factory work was much more in demand, much more regular. And disrupting that kind of dichotomy between old, nice, traditional, natural ways of living and working in the fields and a new tyrannical bourgeois factory system that crushes you. A working man in Essex in England remembered that his former farmer boss was somewhat tyrannical, ordering me up at 4 o'clock in the morning and requiring other things which I considered an infringement of my rights. I told him plainly I would not submit and took it upon myself at once to become my own master. And there were sources from the period that suggest that workers, the proletariat, were thankful for getting jobs in factories or mines when those jobs in agriculture could be just as bad and intermittent. One remembered, and remember this is a radically new and probably somewhat exciting to many period, as new periods of technological innovation are to many today. One remembered, I was never as happy as I was at that time. Even Hobsbawm acknowledges that along with the insecurity and the slums and poverty and pauperism of the very early 19th century, the situation improved somewhat, at least by the 1860s or there around, when the economic boom provided unemployment, in Hobsbawm's words, on a quite unprecedented scale. Yet he cautions that, unlike the middle class, the worker was rarely more than a hair's breadth removed from the pauper. And in Prussia, for example, the end of serfdom gave peasants land and freedom from having to labour for their lord and pay them dues at harvest involuntarily. But at the same time, just showing how the picture is much more complicated than first appears, they could no longer get any assistance from the lord, who often did live locally and often did take an interest, of course, in the affairs of the people and the problems on their estates that they depended on after all. If there was a bad harvest, say, they lost the right to collect wood, the main fuel that they had from the lord's forest. They lost pasture land that was easily accessible. And the lord often was also obligated, literally, to help repairing their houses, say, or the infrastructure and the roads and the bridges, all of this kind of thing. So I'm not slowly becoming an advocate for a return to the comforts of feudalism here. Don't worry. Only to point out that there was a different, loose and inadequate, of course, set of practices for welfare and a kind of familiarity and set of expectations that existed in that shackled, pinned down, very local world. And also to just give a broad brushstroke snapshot of why it's so difficult to determine whether people were immediately better off. It's not just the case of calculating wages, which, even if you do, varied quite significantly from area to area, from year to year. So historians have a very difficult task understanding and analysing this period. But it's also important to note what's indisputable and what Marx first pointed out, that with capitalism, slowly, then quickly, all that was solid melted into air. On the other hand, take Rosen, who it's worth quoting at length here. Excuse the long quote, but bear with it. I think it's important. It condenses a lot. He says, if you examined the years since 1800 in 20-year increments and charted every way that human welfare can be expressed in numbers, not just annual per capita GDP, which climbed to more than $6,000 by the year 2000, but mortality at birth, in fact, mortality at any age, calories consumed, prevalence of infectious disease, average height of adults, percentage of lifetime spent disabled, percentage of population living in poverty, number of rooms per person, percentage of population enrolled in primary, secondary and post-secondary education, illiteracy, and annual hours of leisure time, the chart will show every measure better at the end of the period than it was at the beginning. But I think this is a problem with this debate and many other debates like it. Everyone wants to generalise. Everyone wants a clear-cut answer, wants to be told, wants to tell you what to think about entire periods, peoples and lives. When the truth is that while many may have slowly improved, the lives of those people, their health, their wages, their affluence, that happened by fits and starts and extremes. So many did well, but many clearly did not too. One yeoman might have done well in agriculture before, and then had to move into a factory and have an awful experience at a local factory with an authoritarian boss in unsafe conditions with long hours. And for another person, just the town over, that might very well be reversed. But what's undeniable, as Hobsbawm points out, is that there was a growing, significant, large, and increasingly influential, or at least noticeable group that were a hair's breadth from the breadline, that lived in slums, that had children working in factories, that worked long, pollution-ridden, dangerous hours for low wages, and so on. And it was this new group, the dispossessed, the alienated, the proletariat, what we now call the working class, that was a very new group, and so slowly began to organise. So the scene is set for a Mexican standoff. Yes, there were a newly powerful bourgeois class of capitalists, new money, and yes, there were the slowly organising proletariat. But it's easy to forget that, especially across Europe, the old aristocracy, the old regime, were still firmly in places of power. And they were trying to balance between the modernising tendencies of the conquering bourgeoisie and holding back some of the forces of liberalism and democracy, the mob, the new power, the working class, that they thought would overthrow and destroy everything, that they genuinely feared. The standoff was the result of several contradictions. First, even the old aristocrats and nobility across Europe wanted to modernise, they wanted to catch up, but they feared that universal suffrage, the democratic expansion of liberal rights, everyone getting the vote, people they deemed much lesser than them, dangerous, wild, uneducated, would mean inevitably the end of property. It would mean anarchy. This is what they genuinely believed. Why they feared, would the working classes, if they got the vote, not vote to take everything they'd earned from them? Why would they not vote to take the houses and the goods and the factories and share it all out? Why would they not vote to have a great dinner? Why would the turkeys not vote to get rid of Christmas? And here the bourgeoisie sided with the aristocrats and the nobility. They wanted rights, voting rights, property rights, laws that benefited them for themselves. They wanted to be in positions of power, involved in politics, allowed to run the economy the way that they wished, but they didn't want it for their lessers. Why would they? For those who supposedly had not bought into society, had no propertied stake in the country, and so would only vote to take it, to destroy it, to tear down everything that they'd built. So this was the dominant three-way tension across the century, and a wave of revolutions spread across Europe throughout the century, with 1848 being the height, the apogee. And they all followed a kind of common pattern. The liberals demanded their rights, free speech, constitutional monarchies, elections, secure property rights, being able to have a say in things that affected them, regulation, colonialism, etc. But then they feared the revolution was going too far to taking their property away from them and giving it to the poor, and so would halt the revolution by then siding against the proletariat with the old aristocracy, with the old monarchies, with the old nobility. A good example of this was that unionisation, or what was called combination, was still mostly banned in almost all countries, and almost all of these revolutions, and there were numerous protests, revolutions, uprisings of different sorts, from minor to major, but almost all of them failed, mostly. But at the same time, the demands the revolutionaries had would eventually be met democratically, politically, later on. So in that sense, it was a strange century. It was a century of revolutions, revolutions that failed, but revolutions that had their demands met eventually by other means. To take just one country, and one example of how prevalent this was, there were almost 500 peasant revolts in Russia between just 1826 and 1861, when serfdom was eventually abolished. Austria's Prince Metternich wrote to the Tsar of Russia saying, "The governments across Europe, having lost their balance, are frightened, intimidated, and thrown into confusion by the cries of the intermediary class of society." Metternich would go on to build a vast secret police spy network that was used to suppress insurgents and revolt, and this was a common tactic used by the monarchies of Europe. Free speech would sometimes be granted and then torn away by the monarchies, especially at times of crisis, like the Napoleonic War, when in Europe many of the freedoms that had been fought for were temporarily suspended. Alexis de Tocqueville warned, "We are sleeping on a volcano. Do you not see that the earth trembles anew? A wind of revolution blows. The storm is on the horizon. conservatives in the period clung onto power by slowly granting rights and widening the franchise, as the Reform Acts across the century in Britain did. And almost everywhere, this seemed to steadily work. But to give an example of just how restrictive democracy was in the period, in Britain, only 1 in 30 could vote, while the Second Reform Act in 1867 increased this to just 8% of the population. Obviously, to many, this was nowhere near good enough. And so, along with liberals demanding the vote, socialism was slowly growing too. Trade unions were slowly legalised and then grew and grew, bigger and bigger, becoming more and more dominant in the early 20th century. A few began turning to cooperative, socialist and anarchist ideas. But disappointingly for someone like Marx, who kept believing the revolution was around the corner, slumps, periods of crisis, recession, revolt, panic came, thought they were going to blow up into European-wide successful revolution, but then went, and capitalism continued to recover and grow. Not only did it recover and grow, but it went further and further. The Promethean fire was spreading irrepressibly across the globe. I think globalization, that very modern concept, that concept that still defines much of our political conversation, is a very complex concept to get your head around. Definitions point to something like connectedness or interconnectedness. What the difference is between connectedness and interconnectedness, I'm not so sure. But it's a connectedness, maybe a back and forth, not just a one-way connectedness, that spans the entire globe in a way that hasn't in history before. So the connections are global. They go from one side to the other, one axis to the other, one pole to the other, and increasingly are more interlinked. But is that an accurate way of defining the change from what's happened in the past? Because, as we've seen, there's always been vast trade networks, silk and spice roads, slave trades, and if not globalization, something like continentalization. That's existed for thousands of years. So if we think about globalization as a mentality, as about how people experience it, experience the global world, as connections with places and others on paper, possibilities, business concepts and ideas, the costs of something somewhere, of bringing it to you, the logistics of it, of who to contact, who to know, what to read, of the exchanges of ideas or the culture of thinking about profit, that someone in a globalized society can find the price of coal in China, say, and then compare that with a cultural evaluation of what pollution means to someone in the Congo, say, where it has to travel through to do something. And then the idea, the cost of shipping it across the Atlantic. Has this mentality, even though this sounds very big and global and modern and vast, has it not in some way always existed? Even if it was on a smaller scale, across Europe, across a continent, say. My point is that even though the scale is different, what's the difference conceptually, ideationally? I think the primary differences are these. Those old connections were, at least in large part, quite homogenized and stable. They might be Christian or Buddhist or in specialized goods from one region to another, fish or coal or wood or iron. But this new burst of capitalist globalization is of such a different scale that it becomes of a new kind, of a new type. That it changes what those connections mean and what they can do and how it affects the people that live under them. First, through the printing press, the railway, steam engines, ships, better roads and postal systems and canals and the telegraph, the drive towards information and speed and efficiency, of getting it and spending it and investing in it and raw materials and knowing their properties, their quality, the seasonal changes, say, the changes in price, the logistical information and how that affects your plans. All of this can be spread, be used, be acted upon much, much quicker and at a much greater volume so that many more new things could be done with it all. And then second, as the globe was thrown together so quickly, what one historian calls the Great Convergence, there was suddenly quite a large range of inequalities thrown together. Inequalities in different ways, of ideas, of cultures, inequalities of languages, but also, of course, inequalities of economies, inequalities of navies, of potentialities, inequalities in power. Hobsbawm has a good line here. He says history from now on became world history. This was a period when vast quantities of coal and iron, grains, cotton, sugar, coffee, tea, and an ever-expanding catalogue of other goods crossed continents by rail and oceans by ships for the first time. The figures again increase astronomically. They doubled, tripled, quadrupled in a matter of years, in a way that was not seen before and just hasn't been seen since either. British exports to Australia, for example, increased from £1.5 million in 1848 to 20 million in 1875, just 27 years later. Canals were dug, roads were laid, the world shrank. Austria, for example, added 30,000 miles of roads in just a 20-year period between 1830 and 1850. The US road network expanded from 21,000 miles in 1800 to 170,000 in 1850. And the invention of the telegraph probably quietly, ironically, changed the world more than any other, as events and prices and quantities and opportunities and troop movements, whatever you can imagine, could be suddenly transmitted from two parties in a matter of hours and minutes instead of days, weeks, or even months. I remember reading, and I can't remember where this was, it was a while ago, how long it took for the news of the fall of the Bastille during the French Revolution to reach different cities in Europe, down to Spain and Portugal, and then across the Atlantic. Such a long period, and the news kind of reverberated out, creating a wave of responses, rather than today when it just happens immediately, instantaneously. This is obviously going to have an effect on the different responses in different areas. All of a sudden, it was all connected instantaneously for a select number of people, for a certain number of elites, well-positioned people, especially in capitals. Think about this. In 1849, there were 2,000 miles of telegraph wires. By 1869, there were over 100,000 miles. A transatlantic cable was laid in 1865. Hobsbawm writes that there followed a burst of international cable laying which, within 5 or 6 years, virtually griddled the globe. By the 1870s, London could reach India in just 5 minutes. Imagine how unimaginable this would be just decades before, just a generation previously, and how, like with those small improvements of the engine, with small improvements in communications, you already have in those improvements inherent in it, something like a line of modernity through to the internet. Think about all of those telegraph operators in a line, listening to dots and dashes, translating those electrical signals of dots and dashes of Morse code laboriously into letters to then get out to the recipients. In a way, it's very primitive. In a way, it's very advanced. You can see backwards to kind of the simplicity of it, but you can see forwards to something like today, something like the internet. And by just 1860, someone called Charles Wheatstone had invented a machine that did that translation bit automatically, just printed out the little message. And that was just 20 or so years after the rudimentary dots and dashes electrical signals telegraph was invented. And I just find that through line fascinating. Hobsbawm says that the world was about to enter the era of electric light and power, of steel and high-speed steel alloys, of telephone and phonography, of turbines and the internal combustion engine. And listen to what US President Ulysses S. Grant wrote in 1873. As commerce, education, and the rapid transition of thought and matter by telegraph and steam have changed everything, I rather believe that the great maker is preparing the world to become one nation, speaking one language, a consummation which will render armies and navies no longer necessary. And as well as communications and materials, this was also a period of the greatest movement in people the world has ever seen. Vast numbers moved not just across the globe, emigrating from, say, Europe to America, but also within countries, and even in small counties, geographic areas, to local cities. London, for example, grew from 1 million people to 7 million across the 19th century. By 1900, 1 million people were entering America each year, and then many of them spread out further west. Think about just one illustrative moment here. The Mississippi is a vast, long, and very, very wide in places river. And in 1855, it was bridged. Now, bridging rivers is a problem as old as time, or at least getting over them. It goes back to, the Romans in London. London in particular, if you've ever lived there, is a city where you have to think about the transport flows when you're driving back and forth across the Thames. It's an absolute nightmare because you can only have a certain amount of bridges. And bridges are really difficult to build, especially in the 19th century. And they're a real microcosm of capitalism, of everything we've talked about. Big capital, many, many workers, very, very dangerous, trains, iron and steel. And so all of these people moving from Europe, moving to America, moving out west, agriculture on the western plains, the bridging of the Mississippi can be seen as a symbolic victory of humanity, of science, of engineering, of capitalism spreading across the globe. The victory of man over nature, quite literally. It's a real symbol of capital being unstoppable. And these kind of multiplying statistics just roll on like a snowball throughout the century. In the last few decades, before the First World War, for example, in the 1890s, international trade tripled in size. And many people, by the way, see globalization as something not necessarily inherent to capitalism per se, but a kind of interlocking sister phenomenon. You could imagine having globalization, and you did have globalization in socialist or communist countries too, or countries where you have a centrally commanded economy. But how much it was linked to capitalism, how many of those causes it shares, how many of the similar patterns it shares, at least make them highly, highly integrated in this period. And how much of it was a result of capitalism? We can think again about those necessary causes, necessary factors, and contingent ones, accidental ones that are really important, but you could maybe distangle a little bit for conceptual, analytical, interpretive clarity. But how much globalization is linked to capitalism can be seen from a brochure Hobsbawm points to teach English to Polish immigrants in America. It was a very commonly used brochure of the period, and it read, "I hear the 5-minute whistle. It's time to go into the shop. I take my check from the gateboard and hang it on the department board. I change my clothes and get ready for work. The starting whistle blows, I eat my lunch. It's forbidden to eat until then. The whistle blows at 5 minutes of starting time. I get ready to go to work. I work until the whistle blows to quit. I leave my place nice and clean. I must go home." And the point here is that capitalists needed labourers. This was a global phenomenon. Polish immigrants into America were part of the capitalist system. So capitalism and globalization here go hand in hand. And you cannot get better evidence of that than this idea that the most important thing to teach Polish immigrants in America is, yes, how to speak English, but more importantly than that, how to understand capitalistic commands. These commands like, I hear the 5-minute whistle. I don't eat lunch until the whistle blows. I only go home after I've left my place nice and clean. That these are the dominant, common bits of evidence that are left to us from the period, goes as far as to proving that these things were inherently interlinked, of the same type, of the same kind, of the same global capitalist force. Now, all of this seems quite triumphant. The marching trumpets of a triumphant capitalism marching on across the globe. Modernity, inventions, technology, bridges and roads and trains and new ways of producing food and new work, new medicine even, what some would call, still, more so then, civilization, spreading around the world. But, of course, to think of it in that way is to think that the Promethean energy only built and didn't burn. And there's a line I think is suitable here from Gandhi, who, when asked what he thought of Western civilization beginning of the 20th century, replied, "I think it would be a good idea." The search for new markets, raw materials, investment in navies to protect ports and trade routes and colonies, all incentivized a global burst of imperial acquisitions. It's undeniable that capitalism did build infrastructure and modernized communications and transport networks, spread wealth to some at least across the globe, and in some cases even educated. But everywhere it did so, it did on the bones of natives, traditions, cultures, and protesters. In a short period between 1876 and 1915, around 6 countries grew to control a quarter of the globe. As Hobsbawm says, Britain increased its territories by some 4 million square miles, France by 3.5 million, Germany more than 1 million, Belgium and Italy just under 1 million each. The USA acquired some 100,000, mainly from Spain, Japan something like the same from China, Russia and Korea, and Portugal's ancient African colonies expanded by around 300,000 square miles. Native Americans, for example, would be slaughtered and squeezed as modernity marched west. One American general, William Sherman, said that The railroad, which used to follow in the rear, now goes forward with the picket line and the great battle of civilization against barbarism. Capitalism spread as it looked for land to grow on, materials to mine, spices to trade, textiles, and so the rest of the world was introduced to this thing called capitalism at their ports, their import-export markets, or sometimes through imperial educational institutions that were set up from time to time. The British, for example, set up schools in India to train a select number of Raj administrators. Egypt was sucked into the British sphere of influence by its cotton and wheat. It was particularly fertile around the Nile, and then by the Suez Canal, which was strategically important to connect Britain with Asia and the rest of Europe with Asia. And China got sucked into this sphere of influence through the opium trade. Most countries, especially those that were able and were sucked into the orbit, would eventually and inevitably try to emulate the West in this period. But where there was resistance, where there was an attachment to older ways of doing things, it tended to be futile. The Chinese were forced to open their markets at the barrel end of British gunboats during the Opium Wars in the middle of the 19th century. The final cry of the magisterial in the period previous, Mughal Empire, was silenced after a brief revolt in 1857. The native way of life pushed further west in America and slowly extinguished as a culture, as a force, as something that controlled vast tracts of land on the continent, while something similar happened to the Zulu and other groups as they were forced further into the interior of South Africa and the continent at large. The rest of Africa was carved up by European powers over a dinner table in Berlin in 1884. All of these peoples could not resist the force of Western technology. As one common British saying put it, whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun, and they have not. The Maxim gun, of course, was a great industrial innovation of this period, something of incredible power in dealing out death at a speed not again imaginable just a few decades before. Compare a weapon like this to something like a revolver, and then something like a spear or a bow and arrow. There were quite literally many massacres. While British dominance of the sea led to a general, ostensible Pax Britannica, it hid increasing rivalry between states everywhere, and increasing pressure from revolutionaries and nationalists under the yoke of empires, particularly in Central Europe, both of which sometimes fled into short bursts of protest or war, premonitions of what might come. As the sociologist Max Weber put it in 1894, the unavoidable efforts at trade expansion by all civilized bourgeois-controlled nations after a transitional period of seemingly peaceful competition are clearly approaching the point where power alone will decide each nation's share in the economic control of the earth, and hence its people's sphere of activity, and especially its workers' earning potential. What he was noticing, and what we'll get to, is how economics, demographics, democracies, peoples, military power, all of it was expanding, but in an interlinked way. The world was becoming this kind of bureaucratic, rational, expanding force. India is a prime example of what happened in this period too. The first voyage of the British East India Company in 1601 returned profits of 200%. It and similar European voyages attracted the attention of more and more investors in joint stock companies. And the vast subcontinent was rich in things like pepper and nutmeg and cloves and indigo and textiles and cotton, and produced a quarter of the planet's total manufacturing. England at the time controlled just 3%. In other words, India was incredibly rich compared to England, compared to the rest of the West, and it was ruled by the wealthy and powerful Mughal Empire. One emperor, commenting on the growth of the East India Company, said that the English are a company of base, quarrelling people and foul dealers. The Mughals were eventually defeated by the East India Company at the Battle of Plassey in 1757. Its governor, Robert Clive, was by then one of the wealthiest self-made men in Europe at just 33 years old. And by the early 19th century, just to take cotton here again as another example, the value of India's trade fell from £1 to £3 million to less than £100,000, while the value of British trade grew by a factor of 16. Does that not tell you everything you need to know about this period? One Indian complained that the English forcibly take away the goods and commodities of the merchants for a fourth part of their value, and by way of violence and oppression they oblige the farmers to give 5 rupees for goods that are worth but 1. British governance also overruled traditional community practices, leading to a worsening of things like famines, because locals, even local rulers, knew how to manage and deal with these catastrophic but specific local events in much better ways, drawing on traditional knowledge. In the late 19th century, for example, the famines were unimaginable. There were several in the 1860s and 1870s. In Rajputana, a third of the population died. In Madras, 20%, and millions perished across India, while East India Company business went on as usual. The historian William Dalrymple, one of my favourite historians on all of this, says that in the worst famine year, £100 million worth of goods in today's money was transferred from India to London. And the historian Mike Davis, in Victorian Holocausts, puts the blame for the extent of the crises squarely on capitalism. He writes, "The newly constructed railroads, lauded as institutional safeguards against famine, were instead used by merchants to ship grain inventories from outlying, drought-stricken districts to central despots for hoarding. In Madras City, overwhelmed by 100,000 drought refugees, famished peasants dropped dead in front of the troops guarding pyramids of imported rice." And something similar happened in Ireland between 1846 and 48, with a famine which was in part caused by food being transported out of the country while people were starving. Laws prohibited the eating of food from the fields of absentee landlords, of course, and property laws in this period were notoriously strict. There was capital punishment for the theft of property. In the past, lords in Ireland or local rulers and communities in India may have responded to the extreme conditions on their land with their serfs, who, after all, provided for them and their livelihoods, by providing some level of local relief, by suspending normal processes because of extenuating circumstances. For capitalists, joint stockholders and government officials, the bottom line globally became more important. The crises, much more distant.
But they come to worship the tiny figure who dares to challenge an empire. And they believe him when he says inner freedom will lead to outer freedom.
The British in India, and remember this is a company, was likely in some ways to be the most extreme example of capitalist experimentation seen in history, even up till now. It was, for a period, almost an entire country run as a business. Dalrymple writes, "It wasn't the British government or the British people that conquered India, but an unregulated private corporation with profit as their sole motive." And to those that get annoyed with people looking back at history with a judgmental eye on periods that were very different, say, even many British at the time were critical. One Gentleman's Magazine article wrote, "Down with that rump of unconstitutional power, the East India Company, the imperious company of East India merchants." And in 1830, parliamentarian James Buckingham declared that the idea of consigning over to a joint stock association the political administration of an empire people with 100 million souls was so preposterous that if it were now for the first time proposed, it would be deemed not merely an absurdity, but an insult to the meanest understanding of the realm. Dalrymple calls it the supreme act of corporate violence in world history. None of this is to claim that there was a kind of systematic, explicit, very organised and intentional bourgeois, Darwinian, profiteering, ideological army that led the charge into every corner of the globe. But the combination of militarism, nationalism, social Darwinism, and capitalism, profit, the hunt for raw materials, led to what Vladimir Lenin called, and we'll get back to this, the highest stage of capitalism. America, the New World. It had everything the conquering bourgeoisie needed. Abundant land, resources, a system that imitated the English one, taking it even further. And while we remember the British Empire as the biggest the world had ever seen, an empire on which the sun supposedly never set, what's actually striking, in retrospect, was how brief British ascendancy really was. No quicker than it had unleashed engines and iron and industry onto the world, two countries in particular were snapping at its heels: Germany and America. That great British exhibition in 1851, in many ways, symbolically at least, marked a kind of high point, a turning of the tide in British power, or at least the confidence that Britain was destined to rule for a long time, because quickly everywhere sought to copy. And as a footnote here, by the way, ironically, later in 1936, just before the Second World War, just before the real turning of the tide, on paper, the handing over of global power from Britain to America, that great Crystal Palace, it burnt down to the ground. It's no longer there. I used to live round the corner. There's still the foundations of it and some remnants, but it's now just a park. Anyway, Switzerland, for example, had 34 steam engines in 1850, and just 20 years later had 1,000. Even a small country like Switzerland was copying very quickly. A bigger country like Austria went from around 700 in that period to over 9,000. The famous Krupp Steelworks in Germany increased its workforce from just 72 in 1848 to 12,000 people 20 years later. But one country, of course, was very quickly turning the heads of Europeans and making them very nervous: America.
We build for use, and we build in fun, joining eyes and hands and brains into knowing teams that bring great dreams to life.
Its growth can be demonstrated with just one figure, I think. In 1800, the population was around 5 million. A century later, across our period, it had grown to 76 million. Americans spread out west, improving on farming and manufacturing and industry in the same way their cousins across the pond had shown them to. And the Americans were taking the ideas and going much further. In the 1840s, 80% of American iron came from the ironworks in the Midlands of Britain. Sheffield Steel was world famous. But then, just a decade later, the majority of it instead was coming from American companies. It was homegrown steel, homegrown metal. In 1850, steam power output surpassed Britain for the first time, and by 1886, steel output had surpassed Britain too. 25 years after the Crystal Palace exhibition, Philadelphia held their own, the 1876 Centennial Exposition. The pictures of this are fantastic because they really demonstrate how they sought to mimic the home country, but then surpass their older cousins. It's another great building of iron and steel and glass. It really looks like one of the first modern capitalist cathedrals. Those images are worth flicking through on Google Images. In every way, this great centennial 100-year celebration of a very new nation surpassed the British. In his book on the history of American capitalism, a great book, by the way, I'd highly recommend it. It's long, it dives deep into the 4 ages of American capitalism. It's very well organised, and it gives you a sense of the evolution and how capitalism shifts over time. But in the book, the historian Jonathan Levy writes that the Philadelphia exhibition had the biggest steam engine in the world, plus steam locomotives, steam fire engines, steam farm engines, steam road rollers, and engines for steam ships. There were also steam pumps, steam pile drivers, gargantuan steam forging hammers, and even larger steam blast furnace blowers. Steam was everywhere, and they were innovating like crazy. Like the British Fair 25 years before, tourists, politicians, and industrial spies from across the world gawked at American innovation. Industrial espionage was very, very common. Skilled factory workers in Britain were actually prohibited from emigrating. Machines weren't allowed to be exported, but some were smuggled out, and other spies drew machines from memory. Brand after brand began in the late 19th century. Campbell's, Coca-Cola, Kellogg's. Hobsbawm sums up the innovation in America like this. The rewards of innovation and enterprise were ample, and the inventors of the steamship, 1807, the humble tack, 1807, the screw-cutting machine, 1809, the artificial denture, 1822, insulated wire, 1827-31, the revolver, 1835, the idea of the typewriter and sewing machine, 1843-1846, the rotary printing press, 1846, and a host of pieces of farm machinery pursued them. No economy expanded more rapidly in this period than the American, even though its really headlong rush was only to occur after 1860. But again, just think of that very short time frame and how much happened, how quickly things grew. Just one of those, the revolver, was such an innovation compared to how older guns had to be manufactured and loaded and carried and all the rest of it. The typewriter and the sewing machine, how much these two single inventions changed entire lines of work. And again, as we mentioned, many smaller side subsidiary innovations would have followed, revolutionising many other parallel industries. But let's once again, very briefly, head to that place where all economies supposedly begin. The fields, the soil, crops, animals, agriculture, farming. Here, Americans clearly had the biggest advantage. Take just 40 years, between 1840 and 1880. Square footage of farmed land in America tripled. Just imagine that, it tripled in that just generational period. In 1849 to 1851, just 3 years, 191 patents were taken out relating to agriculture. But then, just 20 years after that, in a 3-year period, 3,000 patents were. Take just one, the most famous,
something we take for granted, something most people probably walk past every day, unless you live in a city. Barbed wire. It revolutionised farming by keeping livestock in place and increasing the number of cows, say, or sheep that could be looked after and managed at once. Again, such a small detail completely changed how people approached an entire line of work. The range and ranch cattle business of the United States in 1885 noted the average cost per head of the management of large herds is much less than that of small herds. One of the books, I can't remember which one, said that this single invention meant that animals were now a form of big capital. Livestock became capital for the first time, in a way that before they were just kind of money, floating, walking around on the ranch. And now they were huge concentrations of wealth that had to be managed like capital. They became the interest of investment and banks and businessmen. One author wrote, "The world has never seen anything comparable to the surge in agricultural production, and that what European miners had done over the span of several centuries, the Americans accomplished in little more than a single generation." There was a famous book called Where to Go to Get Rich. It said that if you could get $150 deposit for a mortgage of $1,000, which could be paid off, by the way, in just 6 years, you could go west and buy an 160-acre plot on the Great Plains. Now, take some of the knock-on effects comparable to the knock-on effects of the invention of the steam engine. America is obviously vast, and it would have felt even vaster back then. The problem, though, was getting all of that meat to the people that needed it, which was, of course, much, much harder than we imagine it to be today. If, for example, you butcher it out west, it's going to go bad by the time it gets east. There's no refrigeration, remember. And if you don't, you have to literally post herds of livestock on cattle cars across the country for days to be butchered where it's needed. And that's exactly what happened in somewhere like Chicago. And again, if we're emphasizing the kind of confluence of agriculture and livestock and food being the basis of all economies, with the history of industrial capitalism and investment banking and inventions and the movement of huge populations of people, then there's really no better illustration of this, no better symbol of this than Chicago. It was a great and growing capitalist choke point. And again, the numbers here speak for themselves. In 1800, it was a tiny town with a population of just a few hundred people. And then in 1870, 70 years later, its population had grown to 300,000 people. And then just 20 years after that, in 1890, the population had grown to over 1.1 million. But it wasn't, of course, just people. By 1900, 14 million animals were meeting their gruesome end in the city. The city became a great capitalist melting pot of both slums and riches. The poet Rudyard Kipling visited Chicago and said that its air was dirt, it had no beauty, its canals were black as ink, and it had untold abominations. But, on the other hand, one English farmer in 1886 wrote, "I have calculated that the produce of 5 acres of wheat can be brought from Chicago to Liverpool at less than the cost of manuring 1 acre of wheat in England." I find that quote fascinating, that because of the forces unleashed by an English agricultural revolution many, many years before, it became cheaper to get food from halfway around the world And that in this period, the British were then, because of the forces they unleashed, were increasingly looking over to America with uneasiness. They were looking over at them doing better than them and providing stuff for them. And this is the kind of logic of capitalism that we still think about today. If Chicago was the great example of the growing, unstoppable capitalist city, then no set of figures more aptly symbolise both the momentum and the contradictions of growing American dominance and power in this period than the titans of industry, the robber barons. In many ways, it's unfair to start with them. We should be setting the scene a bit more. Many have pointed to a unique combination of American resources and context and environmental factors with, of course, the Constitution and the growing population as creating a specific culture that led into all this, and that the so-called robber barons, a contentious term, by the way, to some historians. Take this quote by de Tocqueville again. In 1835, on his trip to America, he noted a unique American spirit, writing, "The European navigator ventures on the seas only with prudence. He departs only when the weather invites him to. If an unforeseen accident comes upon him, he enters into port at night. He furls a part of his sails, and when he sees the ocean white at the approach of land, he slows his course and examines the sun. The American neglects these precautions and braves these dangers." De Tocqueville was noting this, again, in 1835, just before this period of astronomic growth. So, travelling around the country, he was clearly onto something, because between de Tocqueville's visit and the turn of the 20th century, several American businessmen became recognisable names across America and across Europe. Tycoons like Andrew Carnegie in railways and steel, John D. Rockefeller in oil, and JP Morgan in banking. I would like to do a real deep dive into these figures one day, because they're fascinating people, and studying them really kind of helps you to understand the period and where we are today. I can't go into it too much in this already too long history, but someone like JP Morgan being connected to these growing corporations in railways and steel, becoming so connected to monopolies, really demonstrates how investment banking and the trading of stocks and shares grew up in this period, and how banking in New York, investment bankers, became the people who could quite literally pull the strings on many of the deals, because they were the choke points. They were the people that everyone had to go through to get the loans. As economies of scale grew, as it became more efficient to gobble up smaller businesses, smaller steel producers, so that you could make everything more efficient and that you could do everything with, single factory lines or single sets of raw material orders, or buying all the land you need, scale. All of these deals can be done much more cheaply. And so this process of buying up the smaller businesses, this process of going to get the cheapest loan you could, to expand the quickest you could, to beat your competitor as quickly as you could, is why someone like JP Morgan became one of the most powerful people on the planet. Why he was literally America's banker, because in the period, America didn't have a central bank. And so for the American government to get loans, they went through someone like JP Morgan. And a lot of the time it was Morgan himself. He was probably, I'm not sure if this is an exaggeration or not, he was probably at the time the most connected man on the planet. In fact, quite certainly, I think, the most connected man, if you consider the technology he had at his disposal, the position he had in the world, the fact that he wasn't the person building the companies, but the man who was organising relationships, talking to lots of people, making deals. So, without overstatement, probably the most connected man who had ever lived. Similar to big tech social networks today, this was a period when single entrepreneurs could build business on a national, standardized, even global scale for the first time. They became the richest people in the history of the world, but not without controversy. Take another of the most famous of them, Andrew Carnegie. He built Carnegie Steel. In 1875, Carnegie Steel produced around 20,000 tons of steel. Just 14 years later, it was producing over 500,000 tons, more than halving the cost per ton of production in the process, and the quality improved too. The weight the track could take, the train track that is, rose from around 8 tons to 70 tons. Again, huge improvements in efficiency, price, and quality. And of course, the reason steel here grew from 20,000 to 500,000 in just 14 years goes to show how connected it was to the spread of the railways, how quickly they spread, how much money there was in doing it, and as we'll see, how there was a bit of hubris in that speed too. The robber barons, so-called, are still debated by historians, and some historians hate that title. They were clearly men of intense drive and passion, and in some cases charity too, like Carnegie and his foundation. But the success was brought at the cost of driving down wages, monopolising and price fixing, manipulating the young and naive stock market, and getting cosy with politicians and lawmakers. Jay Gould even bought the New York World newspaper with the intention of controlling business information and manipulating financial markets. Even a business magazine, not exactly a critic of capitalism, called Financier, was critical of railroad magnate Jay Gould, calling him the most accomplished of all modern criminals. Pulitzer said that Gould was one of the most sinister figures that have ever flitted bat-like across the vision of the American people. And here's a great quote from a US diplomat that really emphasizes the conquering bourgeoisie ethic of this period in America. He wrote of the first influential robber baron, railroad man Cornelius Vanderbilt, that he has combined the natural power of the individual with the fictitious power of the corporation. The famous l'état c'est moi of Louis XIV, which, by the way, means I am the state, a kind of embodiment of absolute monarchy, absolute power, of Louis XIV, represents Vanderbilt's position in regard to his railroads. Unconsciously, he has introduced Caesarism into corporate life. He has, however, but pointed out the way which others will tread. Vanderbilt is but the precursor of a class of men who will wield within the state a power created by the state, but too great for its control. Again, the sheer dominance, the speed of growth, even the falling prices of consumer goods in many cases came at a cost. In many cases, a worse cost than in England. The costs were unsafe and unsanitary work conditions and slums, downward pressure on wages, booms and busts, and long periods of unemployment, and an American working class that was beginning to organise and strike. It led to violent standoffs, not just between Americans and natives as industry and agriculture expanded west, but also violent standoffs between the classes. Hobsbawm writes that in 1865 and 1866, every railroad, colliery, iron furnace and rolling mill in Pennsylvania was granted statutory authority to employ as many armed policemen as it wished to act as they saw fit. The most well-known of these bourgeois security outfits were called the Pinkertons. It was a kind of detective private security agency, and the most well-known of the standoffs was a strike at Carnegie's Homestead Steelworks in 1892. Hundreds of Carnegie guards, hired by the company, faced off against thousands of striking workers, ending in a shootout in which the Pinkertons were defeated, but 8 people died, mostly striking workers. In the end, the National Guard were even sent in, ending the strike. It just goes to show how the image of the Wild West was not just a battle between Americans and the natives as they expanded west, but also in this kind of laissez-faire culture where the businessman and the cowboy and the adventurer were all out individualistically on their own, also extended to labour relations, also extended to business. It was a great libertarian experiment in this period. It's incredible how often these violent standoffs happened and just how violent they became. In 1892 alone, for example, state militias were used to end strikes 23 times. During the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, Chicago descended into chaos and violence. 1,000 people were sent to jail, 100 people were killed. Levy writes that, "Make no mistake, by any possible criterion, in the age of capital, the United States had the most contentious and violent labour relations of any country in the world." In the US then, unionisation followed a similar, if not more violent pattern to elsewhere across the Atlantic, securing some slow concessions, wage increases, regulations, battling the corporations and the government sometimes at the same time, positioning themselves in between the two. And along with muckrakers like Ida Tarbell and Upton Sinclair, did manage to focus attention on some of the shady practices of the ever-growing corporate giants. In America, this battle reached its peak with the Sherman Antitrust Act in 1890, which made monopolies illegal if they controlled the entirety of a single market. And this led to a series of court battles, and ultimately, in the most famous, broke up Rockefeller's Standard Oil into several smaller companies. The factors that led to the passing of the Act were price fixing on the monopolistic railways, giving preferential treatment to big corporations over smaller farmers, using industry dominance to put up barriers to entry, manipulating the stock market, giving so-called rebates to favoured customers to weaken others, buying politicians, and needing to regulate interstate commerce, and then wider cultural public outcry. So it was an era of populist and farmer, in many cases, revolt against big global national corporations. The Promethean corporations, though, were Goliaths. But the act was acted upon, although the occasions it was acted upon and the ways in which it was used were rare. It was only used in the most extreme cases, and it was used less so across the 20th century. The much more noteworthy trend was the continuation of what Hobsbawm recognised as the invisible hand, Smith's invisible hand of the balancing of supply and demand across entire countries through hundreds and thousands and millions of businessmen and buyers and sellers, becoming instead a very visible hand. Family-run, individual, atomised businesses becoming very rare, and giant, bureaucratic, very legible, visible, codified corporations with sets of practices and rules and accounts and procedures becoming the feature of American life. As some historians now point out, though, the driving force wasn't necessarily individual greed. It was economies of scale in natural monopolies, because in the end, It was cheaper and more efficient to manufacture mass-produced goods and railways and iron and oil at scale. It was more efficient to do so because it was a kind of super connected system, and all of the stock and the necessary infrastructure and the necessary materials could be all bought in bulk. So something like a railway or a network of oil refineries and dispensaries, all of this was much more efficient to do at scale. So smaller companies would find it more profitable to sell out to the bigger companies, to conglomerate, than it would be to continue on their own. So take something like steel production. Levy writes, the productive capital wielded by and organisational scale of US Steel were extraordinary. The corporation controlled 213 separate factories, 41 mines, and over 1,000 miles of railroad spread out across the entire northeastern, midwestern manufacturing belt. It employed 162,000 individuals. McClure's magazine said of US Steel that it receives and expends more money every year than any but the very greatest of the world's national governments. Its debt is larger than that of many of the lesser nations of Europe. It absolutely controls the destinies of a population nearly as large as that of Maryland or Nebraska, and indirectly influences twice that number. Who could compete with that? Just think about the scale of that. Just think about how new it was and how truly different it was to the sort of power structures that had existed in the past all the way back to the Roman Empire. A new thing called a corporation, in many ways spread out across, as Levy says, 213 separate factories. And that was back then. 41 mines, even owning thousands of miles of railroads and employing 162,000 individuals. These were civil services before the civil service existed in the capitalist sector. These were capitalist bureaucratic nations. These were nations within nations. As McClure's magazine said, more people than smaller nations in Europe, and influencing and controlling things in a much more hidden way than people were used to through governments. Of course, governments acted surreptitiously, but in many ways, the power that they held and the procedures and the structures were quite naked to the people involved. You know, the court of Henry VIII, for example, the biggest court I'd imagine of any of the monarchies of Europe, or at least one of the biggest, maybe Louis XIV, the Sun Kings, was bigger. But even a court like that, it was only a few hundred to a few thousand people. With a corporation, it's a royal court on a national and global scale, a court where people and managers have to interact with sub-managers, where one person understanding the engineering of the mines doesn't understand a problem on the other side of the business, the other side of the country. It's this strange interlocking new beast that was starting to spread out across the globe. And again, who can compete with that size? That size has an effect in many, many different ways, not least the economies of scale that were able to produce things cheaper than opponents, but also the social, political, and cultural influence of powerful businesses. Being able to threaten smaller companies, or even threaten people for going to smaller companies. You know, if you're signing a contract, well, you better make sure you come with us. You better make sure you buy this from us too, and we'll give you that slightly smaller price in the future, but don't go to that person in the next town. Landis puts it like this, that smaller firms in traditional lines were pressed hard by bigger and more efficient competitors. Many collapsed in spite of all the resistance, ingenuity, and sacrifice that old-style family enterprises are capable of. The modern managerial approach to business was invented in this period. Bureaucratic hierarchies of accounting and management and micromanagement. The Penn Railroad, for example, was the first ever real national business bureaucracy on a grand scale. And at this level, it became about stocks and shares and buyouts and financing and loans and the ever-increasing extinction of the harder-to-run individual, smaller family business. Just take a look at the long list of recognisable brands owned by corporations like Procter & Gamble or Unilever or Coca-Cola. All of this started in this era, and it culminated in what became known as the Great Merger movement at the end of the century. Between 1895 and 1904, for example, a total of 1,800 firms in America were consolidated with the help of bankers like J.P. Morgan into just 157 corporations. And in his book on monopolies, historian Charles Geist writes that the entire period of American capitalism since the Industrial Revolution has been an unrelenting trend towards consolidation. It's really hard to know when to move on from the American picture in this story. This is all obviously very familiar terrain to us. We could keep drawing it out to this day. And it's interesting how much more recognisable all of this is becoming in this story than the world just 50 or 100 or 150 years before it, when we had single inventors inventing the engine or farmers improving very old traditional methods. But I think a natural pinnacle here is what Levy calls the greatest achievement in the annals of the Industrial Revolution, the Ford manufacturing line. Again, one statistic says enough. In 1910, 20,000 Model Ts were manufactured by Henry Ford. In 1916, just 6 years later, almost 600,000 were, and they were done so at half the cost. If we bring everything together that we've looked at so far, from engines to oil to national infrastructure to efficiency and productivity to needing that underlying culture of doing agriculture right, having more people freed up from the land to work on other things, steel, trains, bringing it all together, a national infrastructure, a national set of laws and regulations and a patent system, Ford's factory system, and the individual car that's produced by it becomes the peak of it, the combination of that entire history on wheels. It's really hard not to be impressed with the outcome. Remind yourself of what Rosen said about Newcomen's focus and tactile ability being like playing the violin, how what seems very simple but precise, very careful improving of a tiny valve or a thread, it required so much political and cultural and economic and technological infrastructure and knowledge behind it to build on this tiny little nuanced improvement. Otherwise, if that wasn't the case, we'd have just been doing it since the first day we evolved a brain and fingers recognisable to how they are today. And now compare Newcomen's engine, these tiny improvements on the plans of Savory's fire engine, that, very understandable kind of design based on very basic physics of a vacuum and the very basic problem of drawing water from a mine. Compare that to Ford's factory 200 years later. It took a while, but really that's the blink of an eye, considering we've been around as a species in that recognisable form, evolved as the way we are for around 200,000 years. Ford even wrote, or had a copywriter write, the 1926 Encyclopaedia Britannica entry for mass production. It declared that mass production is the focusing upon a manufacturing project of the principles of power, accuracy, economy, system, continuity, and speed. He essentially took Newcomen and Watts's attention to the minute details of the engine and writ it large, expanding it, imagining that the factory, the entire factory, is an engine in the same way that Newcomen and Savory approached the minute details of the steam engine. Every single process, every single line, every single screw, every single job, and every single engine or pump, whatever it was standardized so it could be repeated, iterated on over and over, improved slowly in efficiency by the smallest of adjustments. Specific machines were even built to bore individual holes, whereas other businesses and engineers were still using standard drills. So Ford was producing his own drill so that all of the holes could be exactly the size that he needed, standardized across the entire line. He was also the first to use electricity on his assembly lines. He had a magazine, Ford's magazine, that told its readers that time is the most valuable thing in the world. The small improvements in time and efficiency, in how much time is spent producing something, means it gets measurably smaller. And those measurable units of time saved slowly add up in reducing the cost. And before you know it, the cost is reduced by half. Everything was organised on this principle: efficiency, improvements in productivity. This was the period of Taylorism and the scientific management of employees. Frederick Taylor was an engineer and he studied the wasteful movements of people on the factory floor. He worked out the best place for tools to be kept and machines to be positioned for the quickest and most efficient access times, counting steps, measuring distances to the toilet and the lunchroom. He employed timekeepers and used stopwatches. Again, the application of the steam engine principle of thinking about the efficiency of the volume and the pressure and how much was needed applied to flesh and bones, applied to people. Ford reduced the production time for a Model T from 12.5 hours to 1.5 hours. And of course, time saved is cost saved to the same degree, at least in estimate. This was more than that Philadelphia exhibition, America's Crystal Palace moment. Quite literally, because his factory, the Rouge, attracted hundreds of thousands of tourists a year. Vanity Fair described it as an American altar of the God objective of mass production. One other visitor noted that now the machine dominates American life. But the great American boom was heading for a great global bust. While financial crises, depressions, recessions have long been a feature of economic life, the speed and scope of investment under capitalism made them inevitably, I think, much deeper and longer lasting. We've all heard of the Great Depression of 1929 and through the 30s, but there were also several warm-ups. And I think going into the next chapter, these warm-ups are going to tell us a lot. In 1873, there was a panic that was the result of railway overinvestment in America. Bonds had been sold to finance the railway's construction, which was happening at great speed, But construction costs were more than anticipated. Hundreds of railways went into bankruptcy, along with thousands of businesses with and around them. Imagine this expanding railway network and the knock-on effects this would have. Lots of homes and businesses and different cultures and different lives would bubble up around them and all of a sudden be connected to the rest of America and the rest of the world. So when the panic happened, banks failed, railroad stocks lost almost 2/3 of their value, half of railroad companies went bankrupt, closed their doors, and 21,000 miles of track were lost, left and abandoned. The panic was felt as far as Vienna, where the stock market crashed too. German shares were hit by as much as 60%, and half of the world's blast furnaces shut down. I think this is one of the first really global, modern, industrial, railroad, banking crashes where you can see the dominoes tumbling, where everything is quite literally connected by iron, track, port, steam, all the things we've looked at. Karl Marx was fond of saying that capital is the result of capitals, competing little bubbles of investment that are connected to and in competition with other bubbles of investment. Now, the severity of the 1873 panic for ordinary people is debated by historians, although it's agreed that it was not as bad as what was to come. The crash of 1893, for example, shows how truly global the economy had become. That crash involved even more so investments in things like farming in Argentina and a bad harvest there, and overinvestment in property as far away as Australia, and runs on banks out of fear in Europe and America, which means when everyone goes and takes all their money and gold out of the bank, and slowing economies across the world, more overinvestment in railways, debates about mining too much silver and depressing the value of currency, and the closing of hundreds of banks across America. 1893 was even called the Great Depression, but of course now we know an even greater depression was about to come and steal that name from it. There were other panics in 1896 and 1907. Some even call the last couple of decades of the 19th century the Long Depression. But 1929 was going to eclipse all of them. The causes of 1929 and the Wall Street crash, and of all of these crashes and depressions and recessions and gluts and busts, are debated and nuanced and complex. And, people don't agree with the hierarchy of causes and the emphasis. There are things that are too complicated for our history and that I'm no expert in, things like interest rates and the gold standard and fiat money and federal intervention and silver mining and global markets. They all having a complex effect, but that is one of the points. And rather than getting into the nuance and extending this video another 3 hours, I think it's really useful to just think about one overarching cause, one that makes the most sense to start to help to understand the others. And that's the idea of optimism and confidence. Take one statistic, that during the 1920s, the number of people in the US holding stock rose by a factor of 16. For a start, it was becoming much easier to buy stocks. They were becoming more common. There were more companies issuing them. They were advertised more. There was magazines and radios. And some of these companies were very big, some of them very profitable, but some of them very questionable. In fact, historians point to how buying stock in this period had become something of a fashion, something of a craze. In his history, Levy puts it like this. By 1929, some 2 million Americans had bought stock in some 770 different investment trusts. 3.5 million had opened a brokerage account, and as Keynes would write, when the capital development of a country becomes a byproduct of the activities of a casino, the job is likely to be ill done. But confidence in the casino was soaring. Take Ford's General Motors that we looked at, one of the biggest companies in the world. Its profits doubled in just 2 years between 1925 and 1927. The big capitalist infrastructure corporations like US Steel and Rockefeller's Standard Oil, which had been broken up into smaller companies but were still controlled by Rockefeller, they were all booming. Think about this period, the Roaring Twenties. Combine this, what we've just looked at, with how quickly things like radios and flashy magazines and fridges and cars were suddenly everywhere. Advertising was suddenly everywhere. Electricity was suddenly everywhere. This was a period of the birth of true consumerism, consumer culture, consumer psychology. The Sears catalogue was born, for example. You could flick through a multitude of new consumer goods. Skyscrapers were going up with lifts in them. Wouldn't you be confident? Levy writes, stock speculation does seem to have become a highly energised activity in which the desires of speculators slipped on and off one liquid security after another. Stockbrokers advertised nationally over the radio, to which an estimated 30 million Americans listened every evening in 1929. However, increases in profits were running ahead of increases in wages. Inequality was widening and widening. Stock prices were driving higher and higher. And then suddenly, in 1929, poor profits were reported. People panicked, and in one day, Black Tuesday, $14 billion of wealth was wiped out, 10% of the US total. Over 2,000 banks failed in America in 1931 alone. World trade decreased by 65%. About a quarter of Americans had no money to live on at all, and unemployment in some places reached as high as 50%. In short, it was bad. The British banker Montague Norman wrote to the head of the Bank of France saying, "Unless drastic measures are taken to save it, the capitalist system throughout the civilized world will be wrecked within a year." And another banker looked back and said that the American people just sat there and took it. In retrospect, it's amazing, just amazing. Either they were in shock or they thought something would happen to turn it around. My wife has often discussed this with me. She thinks it's astonishing, the lack of violent protest, especially in 1932 and 1933. And Levy sums it up like this. The great bull market of the 1920s was a product of mass communications and mass psychology, and was nothing short of a mass cultural spectacle.
Eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed something. I've just jumped ahead to the crash of 1929, and I'm now jumping back to the rise of Germany, and then forward again to the outbreak of the first total, global, modern, industrial, maybe capitalist, as we'll see, war in 1914. Now, there's good reason, I think, for playing around with time in this way. The build-up to the Great Depression and the build-up to the Great War seem to have something in common. Both had smaller premonitions, smaller crises, smaller isolated wars before them, like sparks before an explosion. So the timings might be slightly out of joint, but the logic, the connections, the building towards greater investments, greater mergers, greater machines, greater weapons, greater empires, seem to suggest that rather than being distinct great cataclysms, they are connected, that they may have had the same factors, the same causes, part of that same recipe we've looked at. So, was capitalism to blame for both?
It was why that literal metaphor, I'm not sure if that's even a thing, a literal metaphor, but I think it captures this. That literal metaphor of the Titanic sinking in 1912. It's why it's so evocative. The greatest industrial capitalist machine ever built. Global, world-spanning steam industry bringing speed and, of course, the hubris. All of it heading confidently to a very modern disaster.
What makes that metaphor even more evocative to my mind is that those shipbuilders in Britain, White Star and Cunard, the most technologically advanced, scientific, industrial companies of their day, were looking nervously across to Germany, whose own passenger ships and navy were very close in their wake.
After unification in 1871, Germany had become the dominant force on the continent. In the space of 3 decades, German exports grew from half the size of Britain to becoming larger than Britain, second only to America. Their giant corporations transformed the country in the same way the corporations had in the US. Companies like Thyssen in steel, Siemens in telegraphy and electronics, wiring, Haber in fertilizers. These were huge corporate cartels. But this German ascendancy, this growth of German power, of German capitalism, of German commerce and wealth, proved, I think, how malleable capitalism was and is as a system. Because unlike the more decentralized, individualistic, individual rights, liberty and freedom approach in America and mostly Britain, Germany, under Bismarck first, took a much more authoritarian, monarchical approach, having a Kaiser with significant executive power, with the ability to have his hands on the levers, hands on the controls, to tell people what to do more, to direct the economy more from above. Bismarck called it blood and iron, militarism and industry. Governments planned railways and operated many mines across Germany, but they did liberalise the majority of the economy. They realised, though, that if you had a government with a lot of power, with a lot of money, with a lot of knowledge and information, you could direct that, you could use that, you could invest in greater numbers and with greater speed than maybe individuals could. Maybe a little bit like how communist China became more capitalist from above today, directing capitalism, making sure it goes in the directions you want it to. And again, the proof of this working is evident in the ascendancy and evident in the numbers. For example, Germany's length of railways had surpassed Britain's by 1875, once again showing how short Britain's ascendancy really was. Appleby writes, once unification was achieved, Germany became the industrial giant of Europe. Bismarck had triumphed with his policy of iron and blood against what he rather dismissively called the speeches and majority decisions of his liberal opponents. Both Germany and America, and again this really goes against the kind of freedom, free trade, free commerce narrative that you need it for capitalism to flourish, both of them introduced protectionist tariffs and measures to protect their own young industries from British power, from British dominance. They made sure that British products that were produced so cheaply that you couldn't compete with them were pushed up in price by tariffs and measures so that your own domestic people would be less likely to afford them and would give the young burgeoning trying to catch up, trying to copy businesses in your own country the chance to do so. It kind of keeps money within the country a bit more. It stops profits flowing out to Britain. Max Weber said that they created a closed national state which afforded capitalism its chance for development. So by the beginning of the 20th century, it was no longer British dominance. It was a multipolar world of interconnected but competing corporations and businesses and empires and railways and shipping companies. And, of course, militaries. Germany had colonies in Africa, France and Britain had colonies all across the world, and even America had expanded into Hawaii and Puerto Rico and Guam and the Philippines, looking more and more, despite the protests of some and the denials of many, like an uneasy empire. Japan, of course, had modernized too, imitating the Western model, building trains and infrastructure, winning a surprise military victory against Russia in 1904, and beginning to expand into the Pacific, into those islands, and into China. It was a unique period. On the one hand, great powers of relatively equal wealth and might spread across the world, suggesting coming competition and clashing and war. But on the other hand, unlike, say, something like World War II or the Cold War, all of these powers had reasonably similar capitalist imperial ideological systems. They thought in the same way, so could they not coexist? The period was like a room of balloons inflating slowly, putting pressure onto one another until their edges pressed tightly together, the expansion of each threatening all of them to pop. We've seen how improvements in one capitalist industry, engines say, lead to innovation and growth in others: oil, metal, rubber, hundreds more, maybe thousands more. And then all the service industries that go next to them too. All the people you need to feed them and house them and provide entertainment maybe. But what about tanks? Precision engineering of gun barrels, of explosives? What about 40 million or so people killed around the world between 1914 and 1918? Was that struggle between the great European powers, Germany, Austro-Hungary, the Ottomans on one side, Britain, France, Russia and the US on the other, even in some calls somewhere in the deep history, the result of this capitalist system, the result of profit-seeking, of expansion, of colonialism linked to the capitalist system, linked to profit-seeking and businesses looking for new raw materials, looking for new markets. Writing during the First World War, Vladimir Lenin interpreted the catastrophe as capitalist powers fighting over global markets. Later, President Eisenhower in the US warned of the growing military-industrial complex. Hobsbawm, for his part, thinks the link is pretty obvious. Imagine you're a German military planner in 1910. All countries had them. Of course they did. They all had these strategists thinking about different plans, different ways of executing them, different scenarios of peace and different scenarios of war. And imagine thinking about maybe the biggest question Germany had to contemplate. France on the one side and Russia on the other. Think about both countries attacking at the same time. Attacking you, a country in the middle of Europe, surrounded by many other countries in Europe. The question, the response, how potentially to invade France and Russia at the same time is, more than any other time in history, one that involves understanding, thinking through, analysing and controlling global supply chains, ordering and transporting raw materials, not just for your military, but for the country, to keep the country going, to make the country strong, negotiating thousands of business relationships, understanding the markets in oil and rubber and steel, getting it right, getting the information right, getting the logistics and the connect, thinking about the train lines and the shipping lanes, both used to transport troops and goods and materials, controlling telegraph lines, postal lines, messaging, wider communications. In other words, war had become, even in planning, before we even get to execution, a global capitalist business. And war, of course, is the survival of the fittest, the greatest, the most powerful, maybe the wealthiest.
Hobsbawm, who argues that capitalism is a central factor, points out that in all countries there were certain groups pushing for expansion, looking for new raw materials and new markets to sell to.
He writes, "It was the very process of global capitalist expansion which multiplied tensions within the overseas world, the ambitions of the industrial world, and the direct and indirect conflicts arising out of it," continuing that the rivalries between the capitalist powers which led to this division also engendered the First World War, and that much of the capitalism didn't cause the war literature amounts to denying facts which were obvious enough at the time and still are.
Germany resented Britain and France's global empires. America's reach, interests and troops were spreading further across the Pacific, as were Japan's. And I think this is crucial and often forgotten, we usually think of empire as domination and the extraction of materials like rubber from the Congo or tea from India, but 60% of British cotton was exported to India and the East. So capitalist empires were about the control of markets, protecting your business interests, imposing tariffs, shrinking your competitors' pie. Business was so global that everyone was thinking about what their investment return would be from somewhere halfway around the world. So this is inevitably going to lead, increasingly, to policymakers thinking in this way more and more. Leaders too. That's without getting to genuine imperialists and militarists. To take one figure that really shows how much this dominated people's thought patterns, more than half of all British savings were invested abroad in 1900. That's how important the imperial mindset was to everyone.
One British Prime Minister in 1897 told the French ambassador that if you were not such persistent protectionists, you would not find us so keen to annex territories. Or think about this quote: "I understood by a world policy merely the support and advancement of the tasks that have grown out of the expansion of our industry, our trade, the labour power, activity and intelligence of our people. We had no intention of conducting an aggressive policy of expansion. We wanted only to protect the vital interests that we had acquired in the natural course of events throughout the world." Who said that? The German Chancellor, Bernhard von Bülow, in 1900. How can the eventual military clash, the millions of deaths, in light of comments like this, not be thought of as part of this bigger capitalist story? Doesn't it seem to fit so naturally into this narrative that we cannot help but see the links, the causes? Hobsbawm puts it like this: businessmen, always inclined to fill the blank spaces on the map of world trade with vast numbers of potential customers, would naturally look for such unexploited areas. China was one which haunted the imagination of salesmen. What if every one of those 300 millions bought only one box of Tic Tacs? and Africa, the unknown continent, was another.
This is where causes get interesting. Hobsbawm makes a compelling and very influential case. Capitalism runs through everything from the 19th century on. So how can it not be a cause? How can it not be a factor? But as we've learned, causes are almost always over-determined. There are many of them, and their relevance or their explanatory power or their importance can vary between moment to moment, between people, between country, between point of view, between subject. And many are critical of just pointing to capitalism. Some, for example, point to the relative peace historically before and after those big 20th century wars, comparative to any other historical period. The 19th century, for example, was quite peaceful when it came to devastating, global, all-encompassing, very important conflicts. They were quite few and far between. They were quite marginal. The post-war period to today has also been described as the long peace, although maybe we're seeing cracks in that too. And of course, here again, there are exceptions, but they haven't been global crises, really. And both, of course, were extremely capitalist periods of history, the 19th century and the post-war period. So how can we say capitalism is the major cause when it's correlated in other circumstances as the opposite? Other critics will say yes, the two world wars were the worst in history. I'll grant you that, but that's only because there were more people alive than any other period before to fight and die in them. Others have said that better technology is a product of modernity and science and innovation, but not necessarily capitalism. And on top of this, stock prices, on average, tend to fall during crises like wars. So why would capitalists want war? Some businesses, some people might get richer from certain wars, but there's little evidence that businesses in general actually explicitly push for war. Some industries might do very well from war, of course, but many others don't. The problem, I think, is that capitalism becomes so dominant as an explanation that it tends to explain everything, and in doing so, explains nothing as well. And there are two other movements that I think also take some of the broader blame off capitalists' shoulders.
The first was the growth of nationalism, the idea of a people, national pride, a national struggle, competition between groups, or at the extreme, xenophobia and racism. War based on these things preceded capitalism. Of course it did. It's been around for millennia, maybe since the beginning of the human species, even preceding that when we look at the animal kingdom. But this growth of nationalism did become more concentrated as national identity grew, especially through modern media, the printing press, the spread of national stories, national culture, national language, national ideas. Gavrilo Princip assassinated the Archduke of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Franz Ferdinand, not because of capitalism, but because of nationalism. He believed in a greater Serbia that Austria was occupying part of, was blocking. These kinds of beliefs dominated the minds of many groups across Europe. Beliefs like this, national beliefs, national identities, national rights, national God-given special uniqueness, national monopoly over a land area, national expansionism, that it's either you or the next nation. These beliefs dominated the minds of many, many powerful groups across Europe and America.
Second related social Darwinism. As we've seen, it was used by many to justify capitalism itself, but social Darwinism didn't come from capitalism. The idea that peoples were locked in a biological, evolutionary, universal struggle, the survival of the fittest, was something many people believed to be justified by general observation of the world and by science itself. It was a very powerful ideology.
One German general even wrote a book just before the war that said that social Darwinism indeed ensured, by the conquest of inferior races and people, war against rival states. Again, this was a reiteration of a belief that in some sense preceded capitalism, but was concentrated by a culture of social Darwinism. And we have to ask whether that culture is of a different lineage, of a different narrative than the growth of capitalism, of competition in markets, or whether there is some crossover. Another general of the time believed in the, quote, biological necessity of war. As we've seen, many business leaders like Carnegie and politicians believed in social Darwinism too. They didn't just believe in it, by the way. People like Carnegie wrote about it, wrote confidently and supportingly of it. Morgan did too, JP Morgan. All of these big figures, the robber barons, the titans, the ones that grew the railways, were reading this kind of stuff. So, by the armistice of 1918, and the Great Crash around a decade after that, and the Depression after, and all the stuff that came with it, the Second World War, the Nazis, fascism, if we accept that First World War and that first Great Depression were events of a kind, of a type, of a narrative with similar causes, if we accept that we can look at them at the same time, with each other, with this story, if we accept that, which, there are different narratives, there are different explanations. This is necessarily somewhat simplified, generalized into a 3-4 hour narrative that's tried to capture however many centuries. It has to be necessarily simplified. But if we accept that of a type, then hundreds of billions of dollars of destruction, of poverty, of death, bankruptcy, of illness, of tragedy have been wrought across the world in these couple of decades, only to be followed in the 30s by a German nation on its knees, hyperinflation, the end of the gold standard, new ideological forces of fascism and communism, and ultimately a capitalist system that by the next round of war looked like it really definitely wasn't going to survive. So many people thought that. But despite that, capitalism came out in the post-war period stronger than ever. It was like a heavyweight boxer on the ropes, bruised and beaten, pretty much killed, but then getting up and emerging victorious against everyone else. But that next part of the story is for another day, because by this period, by this point, by this great final battle, by this standing up victorious, capitalism had no doubt conquered the globe.
This is the most difficult conclusion I've had to think about. It's such a totemic unfolding of events that can't really be reduced to a single narrative. As much as I've just tried, this thing we call capitalism affects so many different people in so many different ways and has so many different manifestations. But to start, I think the most obvious question: has capitalism been a force for good or bad? The way most people approach it, I think, it's not a good question. For one, it depends who you are, who you were, what period it is, where you are, what you're doing. And that's not just a class thing.
It depends on whether you were a worker in Manchester in the 1840s or a peasant in the field in Russia, or a tech worker in Silicon Valley. Like, you can cut this problem in so many different ways. But if you have to generalize, if you're thinking about the odds of being dropped into a life, before capitalism or now, and if we're talking about material well-being, you'd obviously be a fool not to pick today. And that's not to say that that doesn't come with lots of obvious caveats. And it certainly doesn't mean that we live in the best of all possible worlds. If anything, it, and history, shows that not only can things change, but they very, very likely will. I think it's also limiting generalising because, as the historian Will Durant once observed, historians tend to talk about the big things, the river, while ordinary people's lives continue on the banks of the river unnoticed. Historians talk about big wars and political decisions, not about a housewife doing the washing up. And how these things connect is often more important, or at least is more insightful, than those very big decisions. We've talked about vast infrastructure projects and shipping and train lines and decisions to go into colonies or to make war. We've talked about scientific institutions and imperial conquest, but it's hard to get a picture of the grocery shop on the corner of the street. It's hard to get an idea of the average businessman, a car salesman, his daily routine, or women's liberation from the domestic sphere, they're moving into work, or the impact of a union on as simple a thing as the hour lunch break, or the mental health or the literal health of an ordinary worker. But when you're talking about a large general story or topic like this, without getting into the weeds and going back over each section and dividing the problem up into smaller parts, which I think is maybe more important, the devil's often in those details. But if you're forcing yourself to make general conclusions, to summarise, you can only really summarise on general terms. And I think there are two general concepts we can think about here that play a big part in this story throughout. And they're two concepts that I think encapsulate as many of those ordinary lives we've looked at as possible, as well as the big questions, the political, the social, the cultural, the philosophical ones. And they are, I think, the ideas of freedom and the ideas of change. If we think about these two things, we can clarify, or at least frame, some of the good things that we value from this long historical shift. And from that, we can see where there are criticisms and why those criticisms hold weight too. The idea of freedom, in particular of individual rights freedom, as we've seen, has been one of the most common justifications for capitalism. Freedom from being fixed in a feudal great chain of being. Economic freedom. Freedom, in Adam Smith's phrase, to truck, trade and barter. The legal freedom to be free from the monarch arbitrarily taking your property. The freedom to live a life in a way not dictated from above, not dictated by authority. And even Hobsbawm was salutary here. He said, the crucial achievement of the two revolutions, he's talking about the French Revolution and the Industrial Revolution, was thus that they opened careers to talent, or at any rate to energy, shrewdness, hard work and greed. Not all careers, and not to the top rungs of the ladder, except perhaps in the USA, and yet how extraordinary were the opportunities, how remote from the 19th century, the static, hierarchical ideal of the past. However, capitalism has a Janus face too. if it's freedom that we care about, it's also what motivated the colonized to resist capitalist expansion, to be free from foreign interference. It's what motivated the antitrust movement to fight to be free from corporate domination, corporate power, and unions to be free from punitive contracts and the downward pressure on wages, pitting them workers against each other. What's interesting, I think, and what's important, and points to why it's so powerful, is that the value, freedom, that people point to as being a merit of capitalism is the very value used to critique it too. Karl Marx was maybe the first to notice that even capitalists weren't as free as first appeared. They were forced to move to act by competition into a spiral of competitive pressures to compete, to grow, to innovate, to consolidate, to reduce wages, to buy technology, to buy bigger and bigger plants, unless you will go out of business. That even the so-called liberal master of the universe in control of their own life was not as free as first appeared. Ellen Wood puts it like this, and I think the language she uses is insightful here. She says, quote, capitalist laws of motion, the imperatives of competition and profit maximization, a compulsion to reinvest surpluses, and a systematic and relentless need to improve labour productivity and develop the forces of production. And if capitalists aren't free, then what does that say about workers? On the other hand, it depends how we define freedom, and we're getting into esoteric philosophical territory now, but we all have responsibilities. We all exist in a context that determines what we can and can't do. We all have reasons for doing things that are beyond our individual free will. But I think by freedom in this story, in assessing freedoms, surely we have to mean the freedom to choose between more options than a different period in history or in a different economic and political system. If that's how we think about freedom, then things like free time, the availability of consumer goods and food, having the resources to choose one's own life goals or hobbies, or having the opportunity to educate oneself, all of these things become the factors by which we assess any political or economic system as being good or bad, or better or worse than another economic or political system. To my mind, it's obvious that the more expansive this set of freedoms, the more expansive this list of ingredients to bake the recipe of a good life, the better. This kind of language shows that the forces created by capitalism, or by capitalists, by this new system, had some similarities to the ways people were forced to do things in previous periods. Which leads to the second generalization: change, or progress, or movement, or dynamism, how things change. The history of capitalism shows that capitalism isn't some natural human state, unchanging, coming out of our human nature. It can be shaped, moulded, changed. It can exist and it can not exist, and anywhere in between. It has different ages, different cultures, different laws, different unions, different technologies. It has many, many different manifestations, many different colours, from laissez-faire to corporatism, from colonialism to financialism. It exists as a human construct, and it's up to us what we do with it. Often these changes have been motivated by people who have felt the effects of a catastrophe, crises, slavery, colonisation, poor working conditions, who have felt their own freedom, or their community, or their nation, to be diminished by the forces of capitalism, and have fought to change it, or fought to be free from it, to have fought to at least replace, say, foreign capitalists in their country, extracting their resources, with business people of their own. In that sense, the flows of capital around the world, within countries, across time periods, have been redirected by laws and rules and culture, as if those laws, rules and culture were seawalls or dams, dividing lines, troughs to guide the flow of money, to guide the flow of investment, of capital. National independence movements kick out or nationalise foreign business. Workers fight for regulation and minimum wages. Governments regulate stock markets, or what can or can't be done in pharmaceuticals or electronics. One really good example of this is in Levy's book, and he talks about how the so-called profit motive actually needs further inducements to be directed, to be effective. Why does he say this? Because the profit motive has in some sense always existed and not always led to capitalism. People have in many different ways sought to gain from something, a situation. That's a story as old as time. He says that the structures around it, the inducements, are the things that have led to the different shapes of capitalism over time. And those inducements are many. They can be cultural, social, and political. They can be legal, they can be philosophical. He points to things like the Homestead Act in the 19th century, where the federal government gave out grants for people to have some land out west, incentivise people to move west, and then you had the boom in farming, you had federal land grants and bond loans for railways, giving out federal land for railways. There are military contracts and investment in different technologies from the government. There's education boards and the direction of education, the culture of education. There's different tax breaks, and that's before we even get to regulation in general. So capitalism doesn't sit still. It's not static. It's not essentialistic. It doesn't exist as a natural thing outside of the culture. The recipe is a human creation, and ingredients can be added or taken away. It's why culture, the availability of economic, social and cultural capital, their dispersal, where they are in the world and the country, how many people they affect, how many people have access to, social connections, cultural ideas, education, as well as economic capital, why these things matter so much. And I think lone geniuses and individualism matter less so. As we've seen, what there really was in many of these periods were thousands of people with the tools, the new physics ideas, and ideas more broadly, engaging in a scientific method of trial and error, which was very new and was dispersed through education initiatives, all to improve the minutiae of processes, machines, tools, approaches. The telegraph, for example, not invented by one person, but by many, pretty much simultaneously, because it was in the culture, because it was the next step in a wider culture of science and was in the education, in the textbooks at the time. The steam engine, as we saw, went through the hands of not only those few big well-known figures, but quite literally thousands of others who were all making tiny improvements to metalwork and screws and different ideas about pressure and different mining needs, and all of these things contributed step by step until one person makes one big leap. And I think, the place where the economic, social and cultural capital is readily available and widely dispersed is the place where you're more likely to have someone take advantage of it and make the next innovative leap. That's obviously why so much happens in somewhere like Silicon Valley today. It's been the relationship between institutions and people that have set the tone for these cultural, social, and political recipes. Whether that was the Royal Society, whether it was science, whether it was the idea of rights-based governments, the inalienable rights of man and the philosophy that backed that up, whether it was the idea, the expression, the legal backing of something like the patent system, whether it was the fight or the putting into practice of regulations about child labour or antitrust. What's clear is that this relationship is almost infinitely malleable. Change is always not only possible, but a requirement of history.
Why should we stop the story here? Some might say we should continue on. We should continue to the New Deal and the post-war boom and neoliberalism, the end of unions and multinationals, instead of literal imperialism, what some people call neo-imperialism, global corporations going out into the world, all the way to the 90s and the end of the Soviet Union. That would surely be the period when capitalists have truly conquered the world. And that might be true, but I think that's a story for another day, because this is a story that naturally, very interestingly, for our concepts of capitalism, naturally seems to fall into two parts.
This first period was dominated by reasonably, and I use reasonably advisably here, reasonably simple Newtonian physics, machines based on that physics, single-person inventors, mechanical factories that one person could manage, family businesses growing into national ones, England being a nice nation of shopkeepers. But by the end of this period, all of this has changed. Single-person inventors are replaced by institutional science. You need a degree in rocket science just to understand one part of physics and mechanics. You can't understand everything on your own. Everything becomes much more institutionalized and complex, and everyone needs to specialize in certain areas. You get the very complicated beginning of the atomic age, where something like relativity replaces the kind of simple approach to physics represented by the figure of Newton. In the same way, those small family businesses are replaced with massive corporations where people have to specialize in certain areas. The growth of management, PR, accountants, legal, different departments, different specializations. Imperialism, again, a kind of simplistic story of one company going out and dominating quite nakedly a certain colonial area, that gets replaced with multinationals, which in some sense do a very similar thing, but in a much more complicated, much newer, a much more postmodern way. When we talk about the issues of capitalism today, the frame has changed so much, and that's one of the reasons understanding this story is so important. We need the right concepts, we need the right chapters, we need the right language, we need the right analysis to guide us through those changes and to think about how one age of capitalism is followed by the next, so we can think about what's coming after, what's going to be the story of this century.
What I find incredible is the thing that Hobsbawm points to, that the age of laissez-faire was actually very brief. It was over before the people writing about it and thinking about it even knew it in the 19th century. The invisible hand of the market had morphed into the visible hand. Bureaucracy, finance, corporate consolidation, big government regulation, vast databases and balance sheets and accountants and analysis and stock markets and global impersonal networks and systems seemingly out of control of any single individual. And I think that the next chapter, when I get to it, will have to be an account of this change, what that means. Maybe the next chapter will have to be how corporatism conquered the world. I will get there soon.
Well, if you made it this far, then congratulations and thank you so much for watching this video. Videos like this take such a long time for me to prepare, from the research to the writing to the recording. The research in itself takes, at least a year really, before in the last few months I really dive into it. But it takes a lot of exploratory research, understanding the literature, and it's just a small team. It's grown from me, who, as I said, does the reading and the research, the writing, the recording, and then Paul and Louis, who really masterfully put it all together to make it even more entertaining for you to watch. But it's a lot, and it takes a long time when the economics of YouTube incentivizes content that is a lot flashier, shorter, surface level. And so the competition is getting harder and harder. So if you want to support content like this, you can, and you can get something in return. You can get ad-free and early videos. You can get bonus videos. You can get access to my short course on how I think about history, how historians think about history, the debates that undergraduates and postgraduates learn about in an accessible way, and really ground your understanding of history, which I think is getting more and more important in this age of kind of increasingly democratizing information. You get access to scripts and updates about sources and what's coming up and all the rest of it. But yes, you get to support the channel too and get your name in the credits like all these incredible Patreon supporters are right now. It literally wouldn't happen without them. So I've left a link below. If you want to support for just $1 or $2, you can do that there. And you can come along to the Patreon and ask me questions, and you can give me feedback. And, I'm always trying to improve, grow, get better at framing and understanding and telling these stories. So hopefully I'll see you over there. If not, just like, share, subscribe, leave a comment, all the rest of it. Most of all, thank you so much. And I can't wait to see you again in another big video. I've got some big projects planned for next year. See you then.